But before we go there, we start here. Welcome into the first round of the Season 19 Simulation Football League Rookie Draft. I am Chris Curtis, and joined by an esteemed member of the panel to my right. But first, welcome in those that are rookies, those that are coaches and scouts, and whatever affiliation you have with your current team. Welcome in to one of the most important dates on the SFL calendar, the day where these rookies who have spent their time in the SFL minor leagues have a chance to take their first step into the Simulation Football League pro scene with the team that chooses them. To my right, I have four very esteemed members of the SFL community, and I'm pleased to be joined by all of them. Let's start top left. Mike All, how you doing, sir?
Hey, Curtis. That's nice to be here. I'm glad to be on the panel, even though I'm not making a pick this season. First time ever. I'm looking forward to seeing where everybody goes. I'm currently the general manager in Canton. I'm also the head coach of the Lincoln Rattlesnakes, and really looking forward to see where my Rattlers go.
Yeah, fair enough. Before we get to Mr. Nate Hall, we have social media going on to my left. Each pick, including the first pick, is a 4-minute timer. And Indianapolis is of course that first pick. But Mr. Nate Hall, bringing you into the fold. How you doing, sir?
I am doing great. Ready to get this night going. First time on the panel in my This is my 5th season now in the SFL. Ready to get this night going. Ready to see where everybody was going from the minor leagues to the majors. I know we got some amazing rookies to choose from in this season's draft. Just ready and excited to see wherever they all go here. It's tonight.
Yeah, a lot of dominoes going to fall, I think, fairly quickly amongst the SFLM elite. Let's go down bottom left. Garrison Blue, how are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, Curtis. How are you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. How's it? Tell us about where you stand in the league.
I am currently now with LSG and helping them in their coaching and scouting. I also work with Mike All with the Lincoln Rattlers and did some scouting for them as well. And this is my second time to be on the draft panel. I don't know if y'all remember the first time I did it from Disney World with Epcot Center in the background, but a little bit different look this time.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of a different look. We actually had to phone you in from a completely different video source to get you in here today.
Yeah,
so
for whatever reason.
Right. That'll live in lore amongst the 5 of us. How's that? 6 of us. And Justin Reside, how you doing, sir? Welcome in.
I'm doing all right, Curtis.
Good. Well, give us some background on where you've been in the SFL so far.
I've been with the Ottawa Cavalry out in the SFLM, and formerly, first year of professional time, I was with the Tulsa Desperados. Now I'm on the free safety and the general manager of the Las Vegas Fury, and also a SFLM broadcaster.
Yep, fair enough. That definitely welcome you guys in. Nate and Justin join me on the broadcast team every season, and glad to have them along for the ride. Glad to have you all along for the ride. And I think we are currently waiting on the first pick to come in from the Indianapolis Ramblers. They have the first pick. Your top 4 picks: Indianapolis, Minnesota, Seattle, and Portland. Canton not on that list, and Mike All can give us a reason as to why that is, but ultimately that roster is completely full and they don't have room for picks.
That is correct, sir. One of my goals coming into this was to do something never done before in the progression era, which was fill out a full roster on an expansion team, and I was lucky enough to pull that off right at the end there.
Yeah, very, very good stuff, but a very hotly contested SFLM season as the 5 of us were able to bear witness to. Albuquerque came out on top with the SFLM championship, and but some really high quality players and names in that group of SFLM talent that are going to be eligible for drafting this evening. And going down the list, it's going to be a matter of team needs, I know, but who do you think? I'm going to pick on you again, Michael. Who do you think going down this list maybe goes, instead of just team needs, goes for best available?
I could definitely see Motor City.
Okay.
being the first team to jump on best available. They lost a few pieces, and they may be a little behind the 8 ball when it comes to facing the other teams in the SFL right now. Them or Seattle. Seattle had a little bit of a slow start in free agency, and that's no knock on them.
Yeah.
They did their best. They signed some pretty good players over there. But I'm thinking number one would probably be Motor City. That needs to go best available right away.
They are pick number 26 in this first round. They got that pick via trade from Indianapolis a couple few days ago that trade was announced. But go over to Nate Hall. Nate, you and Garrison are on LSG. I'm not going to ask for a full team preview for your draft, but do you guys have more of an idea of maybe who you're leaning towards, maybe offense or defense? I don't need names, just maybe offense or defense and maybe a certain position.
Yeah, there's we're leaning more towards a couple of maybe a defensive position here and there, maybe for one of them. I know for sure. But yeah, I know the top brass were hard at work the last week or so, keeping in contact with the minor leaguers, and they're gonna have a pick tonight. I know that we're all going to be proud of down there at the glorious glory to really keep things going and build off of our historic season from last year, last season, and try to get back to the championship game that we unfortunately lost, but we're going to try to make amends for that this coming season.
Yeah, you guys, we got a bit of a chip on our shoulder in Vancouver because of you guys. So there's that, but obviously good game to you guys. That was fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, and then Justin, you guys down in Las Vegas, you guys are certainly one of the teams that is always in the playoff hunt, but getting over that next step. Do you guys have a positional need more or less that you were trying to fill, offense or defense, or you guys? I don't like I said, I don't need names. I'm just kind of trying to figure out what you guys are thinking going in.
Yeah, we pretty much have a mix. John Bon knows what positions we need, and so we'll let you know during our pick 14. See what the first guy is.
Keeping it close to the vest. Nothing wrong with that. Keeping it close to the vest. So yeah, that's what'll happen is we'll get to say hi to our commissioner and producer Cameron Irvine here in just a little while once Indianapolis's pick is in. But each team has 4 minutes for each pick. We are doing rounds 1 and 2 this evening. And so we'll have the full slate for each team that is getting a pick on this side. Use hashtag SFL Draft on social media if you want to keep up with the happenings so far. Would love to see some tweets from the teams, from the players, and from those of you in chat. We have close to 300 of you hanging out, or 250 right now, hanging out with you guys in the YouTube chat. We could not be happier than to have you all along for what is promising to be a pretty fun ride. But the Ramblers still working on their pick, and Mike, I would assume you probably have rosters up for the Ramblers. Are you seeing a glaring, hole that you think they're going to try to fill here?
Oh yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I'm thinking strong safety. And I know some of my fellows here on the panel agree with me. Strong safety, they're going to really need somebody back there playing that midfield that's going to knock some heads. And I'm thinking somebody like Frankie Custer would be a great addition there. He's highest rated strong safety out there right now. Played on Salt Lake City and Lincoln for several seasons now. Great build. Can step in right away and lead the charge. Or guys like Bryant James. Bryant James from San Jose. San Jose, they fell short at the end, but they really made a name for themselves. Everybody on that team made a name for themselves this season.
Yeah, San Jose was the winners of the actual regular season for the SFLM in the top spot going into the playoff tournament. And there was a reason for that. They were a very, very good team, no doubt. And them going down to the playoffs, I think surprised me as much as anybody that they did not make it into at least the title game. Open floor for the other three. Any other discerning picks that might come out of this first pick? Actually, as I say that, it looks like we are just about set up. And so in Indianapolis, I think, is about to remove all of the suspense from the first pick. And we send it over to Cameron Irvine, our commissioner, with the historic first pick in the season 19 rookie draft.
Hello, Curtis and crew. It's taken us a while to get going tonight, but I think we're ready to go.
Yes.
All right, let's do it. With the first pick in the season 19 SFL rookie draft, the Indianapolis Ramblers select strong safety Bryant James. Minnesota, you're on the clock with the second selection.
And calling it right on the nose. I'm going to go back and pick on you, Mike, because you had that one right, picked right off the top of your head. The Bryant James goes number 1 overall in the season 19 draft. Talk to me a little bit about him and what he's going to bring to the Ramblers.
Oh, he's a fairly active guy and definitely a positive guy. I've heard no negative things mentioned about him at all, except for maybe the fact that he's a Chargers fan. But the Chargers aren't a bad team, so we'll give him credit for that. But yeah, he's going to come in and he's going to fill that void, and he's going to make a difference right out of the box. I drafted a lower rated guy last season, Stuart Samilia at strong safety, and he came out and really played well right from the start, and I think that's what this guy's going to do in Indy right away.
And he's already got the cap going as well, as you see the look there on the cams. And as we look towards what the Ramblers are going to do in their first season in the SFL, Nate, I'll pick on you. The Ramblers, they're filling up their roster pretty nicely. That they get a good pick here with James. Them having the first pick in this draft, I think, is a nice grab for them starting out.
Absolutely. Like Mike said, they had a glaring need for that strong safety position. They got a great top ranked pick with Bryant James. And when you look at their roster top to bottom, now with him added, it just adds to what they've already had before. And when you got Brad Jones as a running back and some other players in that defense like Adam Wiseman and others like Kanye Rockefeller back there at safety, that team's going to be stacked on both sides of the ball, and teams are really going to have to look out for him, I think, this coming season in season 19.
I like it. Looking ahead, let's take a look at Minnesota. And Garrison and Justin, I'm going to pick on you guys here. As we look at Minnesota, another one of those expansion teams. We only have 3 of the 4 expansion teams going to be in the first 4 picks. As we look at Minnesota, I'm going to pick on you, Garrison, first. Give me your thought process as to what Minnesota is going through right now and seeing maybe where they have some holes to fill.
Well, I've had in all editions of my draft, I've had them picking Malilo from Albuquerque.
Okay.
Kickers are a premium. There's 3 good ones out there. I believe he was perfect on the season, so that would be my top kicker to go after. If it's not kicker, another premium position, the offensive line could be a spot as well.
Got to shore up that line. It makes things a lot easier on your offense for sure. And Justin, any discerning opinions there? Or are you thinking about the same?
I'm thinking about the same, or you could get the one of a kicker right away and Mickey Molino. So I'm thinking either that or obviously you could go with one, like Garrison said, or even go with Mickey Molino on that.
Yep. Yeah, so Malilo could be the consensus first kicker taken. Just a matter of when that is going to be, as the Legends are currently on the clock. And you have more experience with this than anybody, Mike, seeing as how you're able to fill your entire roster before the draft even began. How difficult was it for you guys as an expansion franchise to get some of the top end free agents or even all of the top end free agents, the ones that you guys have been, you guys got a haul for sure.
We did.
No pun intended, Nate.
That's the haul I didn't get.
An absolute haul as far as your free agent grab. And talk to me a little bit about that and the procedure that took.
Yeah. So what we were trying to do here was build a solid team, to build a family, really. And so when we approached our free agents, we approached all of them as a family, as a team. So it wasn't just me in the interviews. It wasn't just one of the owners. It was myself. It was our head coach. It was my assistant GM. It was both the owners when both of them were available. It was a team effort, and I had already built up some solid relationships being a general manager for several seasons now with a lot of guys, and it having that relationship really made things a lot easier. Um, and it's, that's where it all starts. Even if you're not going to get a player this season, you build up that friendship, you build up that relationship, and when an opportunity comes, that makes it a lot easier to say, "Hey, I really want to play with you. I love, talking to you and hanging out with you. This should happen in the locker room as well." And it made things so much easier. In the past, I've had to build up by using the draft, and it was weird for me not to have to focus on all the rookies and the draft this season.
Maybe a little bit de-stressing.
A little bit.
Yeah. A little bit de-stressing. I like it. So the Legends are on the clock right now. We've got Seattle after them. So you look at the nemesis that are kind of looking keenly at who Minnesota's going to take. And those with draft experience, we talked to Mike, we talked to Justin. I believe you've had some draft experience with previous teams as well. And do you typically, like, how deep is your option board? Like when you go through it, I'll pick on Justin first. So your first option is taken. How far down your options list how far down your board do you have, just in case people are taking in front of the person you want?
We use last year when I knew that Scott Fowl was not off the board, when we got up to pick 18 after our trade with Charleston, I knew right away I clicked that name, click in my head, I go, let's go Scott Fowl, bing bang boom, done. Right. We got him. And
he did some good things for this past season as well. So that makes a lot of sense. We are ready. I believe the Legends have put in their pick, and we are just about ready to send it back to Commissioner Cameron Irvine with that second selection. Go ahead, Cam.
Thank you, Curtis. With the second pick in the season 19 SFL rookie draft, the Minnesota Legends select kicker Mickey Melillo. Seattle, now you are on the clock with the third pick.
All right, Seattle's on the clock, and that's the number 3 selection. But talking about the second selection, the kicker Mickey Melillo, and let's talk to Garrison Blue. Garrison and Justin definitely called this out. What brings importance to that role, being a kicker, and why are they such at a premium?
Well, there's only 3 of them, and I think there's 4 teams needing a kicker, and a kicker is very valuable. You look at my old team, and where the kicker was, making 5-6 field goals a game, and how important that was. This guy right here, he hasn't missed. Another thing that stands out is he is very active. He is willing to do whatever it needs to be done for that team to win on and off the field. And he's, he shared his little video in chat earlier today as well. This is a very good pick, very good guy, and I'm happy for him.
You'd see him in the video there. Gonna miss my Adams family, but happy to be a legend as he has him on the cards. That's awesome. That's really, really good stuff on camera. We have about, I think it's like 24 or 25 rookies in the green room currently. Okay, and then actually we have a little bit of something from Mickey Melillo that we want to share with you guys. Let's get
as a promise to my team. If we won it, I'd say I'd do it. We are the Adams family. Cheers.
Yeah, that was the video I was referring to.
That's fantastic. Good call. I hadn't.
Glorious. It's glorious.
That's a classic right there.
I love it. So that is what Mickey Melillo brings to a locker room. And you mentioned the activity Garrison, you mentioned the looks like the love he has for his teammates. Should be a lot of fun to see where or how his career develops. And Justin, let's touch base just a minute on Mickey Mililo and see how you're feeling about this pick for Seattle or for Minnesota.
Yeah, that was a good pick for Minnesota. They need a big time kicker, and Mikelea was best on the Adams, and now he's part of the legend. So it's now he has a chance to maybe kick 50 yarders for Minnesota, starting in Canton and in the season opener.
There you go. I like it. I like it. Let's go back up to the top of the panel and talk about the Seattle Nemesis. This is one of those other free agent destinations. The Pacific Northwest has a bit of an aura about it. Michael and Nate Hall, I'm going to pick on you guys. The Seattle squad, they bring an interesting enigma to the league coming in as an expansion side.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, they really do. I'm looking forward to seeing where they go here with the draft. I think they've got to go quarterback here with their pick. They have that glaring need at quarterback on their roster. They don't have one through free agency. In my opinion, Jordan Sipe is the top-rated quarterback in the minor leagues right now, coming out of San Jose. They've got to get him early off the board and bring him over to Seattle and get him over in their fold.
That Jordan Sipe Jay Viper combo was lethal in the SFL.
Absolutely.
And Mike, let's talk about the other quarterbacks. So we got one Kenny Slider out of Lincoln. That was one that was mentioned as well. You know him very well. What do you think potentially he or any of the other quarterback prospects could bring to Seattle?
Yeah, Kenny Slider's a solid guy. He actually started out as a safety in Salt Lake City before moving over to quarterback. He's a great dude. No, he's had a busy little real life thing going on. So he has been kind of quiet in the locker room, but otherwise, I've never had any issues with him. He's been a solid, positive team person, and I would definitely love to see him go here. But I'm thinking it's either him or Trellis Blanton that lands here right now.
Trellis Blanton, the quarterback of the champion Albuquerque Adams. But that pick is ready to go. Let's get it back over to Cameron for the third selection in the rookie draft.
Thank you, Curtis. With the third pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Seattle Nemesis select Trellis Blanton, quarterback. The fourth pick, that's Portland. You're on the clock.
All right, so the champion, Trellis Blanton of the Albuquerque Adams, is off of the board. You see some of his highlights here. And let's go back to Mike. Let's go around the horn the reverse way and talk a little bit about Blanton and what he brings.
Yeah, Trellis Blanton, he's a solid guy. I had some conversations with him, and I really like the guy. He does have some issues in real life, but this is his chance to get on the football field and shine, and he did it this season. He brought home the championship to Albuquerque, and he's going to look forward to doing that here in Seattle as well.
Absolutely. Nate, your thoughts on, did Seattle get their guy?
I think they did. I got a chance to call a couple of Albuquerque's games earlier in the minor leagues this season. He has an innate ability to find the open man on either, whether we saw in the highlights there a little bit too, whether it be the short to medium route on the outside or just looking deep over the middle to a wide open man streaking on a post route. Just that innate ability to find the open man for a big home run ball at any time. So yeah, they definitely found their man, and they could you see him there, Trellis on the screen. He's going to bring a lot to the table for this Seattle team.
Yeah, good stuff, and a good pick by Seattle to get the SFL and champion Trellis Blanton. Is he definitely can make things happen in that Pacific Northwest. And talking about making things happen, we talk about the Portland squad. Portland Fleet, they had a down season this last season after having a decent season the season before. In season 17, their season 18 did not go according to plan. They find themselves with the fourth pick. And Garrison, I will turn to you. And where do they find themselves looking in this particular rookie selection.
You got another team here that's needing a quarterback and also a kicker. With Trellis Blanton now being off the board, who's the highest rated quarterback out of all of them, I think Portland has the opportunity to wait and get their guy in the second round or maybe even the third round. So I'm thinking they're going to go kicker here and take that other kicker, Caleb Richards, off the board.
Okay, interesting thought process. Justin, do you concur? Or are you thinking they're going to go quarterback instead?
I'm saying they're going to go Cyrus Jive out of Ottawa, because if you need a quarterback, you go. You saw Nemesis go quarterback. I would say Portland go back-to-back quarterbacks here.
Yeah, the first round is typically a quarterback's round as far as football drafts go. So this could be the spot where they do that. Of course, their former quarterback OJ Bruin, I believe he left to Queen City, if my memory serves correctly. So that leaves a glaring hole at the signal caller position. So they're on the clock, and we'll see where they go. Mike or Nate, whoever has anything, if you guys do, if you guys have anything on Portland, now would be the time.
Oh yeah, they Cam showed Mel Davis there on camera, and so I was thinking defense anyways. Mel Davis is a solid defensive player, and I'm sure he'd like to help bolster that defensive line that seems to be short some defensive tackles. Somebody like Jobu McSlim or Michael Rury there would really make a big difference on that line.
Interesting. 3 of the 4 panel members that we've talked to are split on where they go. Nate, can you break the tie, or you think they're going to go something like offensive line just to make it 4 separate people?
No, I'm not going to go offensive line. I'm going to go another defensive position that they have open, and that's strong safety. They have a glaring hole at strong safety. They don't have one signed right now. And just throw a name out there off the top of my head. Frankie Custer is a good one. Orrin Wicker could be another good one. A couple of good players that could come off the board right now.
Interesting thought process. Our panelists are all split as to where they could go with this pick. So no one knows what Portland's going to do except maybe Portland at this point. We await their turn on the podium with the commissioner. But as we get this pick in, let's talk a little bit about upcoming things for the SFL. And we teased it at the top of the broadcast. The Las Vegas Convention, July 10th through the 12th, HyperX Esports Arena at the Luxor in Las Vegas. It should be an absolute blast. It is kickoff weekend for the SFL's 19th season. Live broadcasts all day. Definitely tune in for that. And as all the games, I believe, are going to be also casted on YouTube that are on the Next Level Sports family of networks. And we are just about ready. It is Portland with the 4th selection. They have it. It's in Cam's hand. Let's go.
Thank you, Curtis. With the 4th pick in the SFL season 19 rookie draft, the Portland Fleet. So, my goodness, Curtis, what is... Okay, there you go. Boy, we refocused. I looked over, and Curtis was literally a ghost. He had gone away. With the 4th pick in the SFL season 19 draft, the Portland Fleet select Jobu McSlim, defensive tackle. The 5th pick, that's San Diego. You're on the clock.
So the Mavericks are on the selection. That's not the first time Cam's called me a ghost today. Just so we're clear. That said, Mike All, you had it picked. Defensive line, defensive positioning. Let's go back to you. And McSlim brings a bit of a dynamic to a Portland Fleet team that needs some attitude.
Oh yeah, and Jobu is definitely going to bring that attitude. And it's honestly probably the perfect landing spot for Jobu. Jobu actually served 22 years in the U.S. Navy, so he's just gone back to the fleet. And he's ready to lay the smackdown on some quarterbacks. Guys like we're gonna say Trellis Blanton, who just got drafted.
Those two got it pretty well acquainted, if I'm right, in the SFLM season. But all of the Pacific Northwest teams, the Pacific Division is going to be looking over their shoulder, I think, on a number of occasions when this guy is in the area. So that's going to be a big one. And Nate, they're thinking defense. They went defensive line instead, but they do have some picks left that they can use to fill those holes.
Absolutely. They had the right idea with filling up that defense because they, historically speaking, the first round has been used to shore up defense first in prior drafts. I think last year, a majority of the first round picks went towards the defensive side of the ball. Um, so the philosophy is, I guess, that you can get more offensive players later in the rounds and not, worry about it so much. Um, I kind of figured they would go defense here. I wasn't sure if they would go safety or defensive line, but they definitely made a good choice here with Jabu on the defensive tackle position.
Does leave some holes. One, of course, glaring at them in the quarterback spot. So we'll see how they work to fill that with the remainder of the draft to come. Let's talk about San Diego. Garrison, back to you, sir. As we touch base with you in regard to the Mavericks, bit of a disappointing season, one that they'd like to forget as they try to bring themselves back bring themselves to some sort of prominence in the pro levels.
Yes, I think here, first of all, going back to Portland real quick, I had McSlim going to Portland in my first mock. I wish I would have kept him there. I would have been 4 for 4. But just the kicker need, I thought would overtake that. But anyway, going to San Diego, defensive line, they need a running back. They love to throw the football. So I think waiting on a running back right here and going defensive line. In my mock, I've got them going defensive end, Sean Parent. He's a talented defensive end. Get a pretty decent value, higher than any of the defensive tackles that are on the board. Very active in Chad as well. So I'm thinking Sean Parent here at defensive end.
And San Diego with the 5th selection, not quite in yet. Justin, you thinking defensive line as well, or do you where your team needs for San Diego?
Yeah, I would go obviously running back like Dwayne Salmons or even a Logan Lee here in this position because you lost Jalen Wells to Seattle, so you got to fill that running back hole.
Yeah, that's a big hole to fill, big shoes to fill at the running back spot. And you have a couple of really good ones. You mentioned Salmons and Logan Lee. Logan Lee being from Lincoln, that Mike All is very familiar with. Mike, you thinking running back for San Diego?
I would love to see Logan Lee go nice and high here, but they have nobody on the defensive line. So I'm thinking somebody again. I'm gonna go back to Michael Rury, but also Kratos Maximus, great defensive end, good guy, and he could really make a difference right away for him. So I'm thinking they've got time on the running back. I think they need to fill one of those 4 holes on the defensive line.
Defense in football starts with pressuring the quarterback. You force them into bad decisions, you can make your defense look a whole lot better. And defensive line is a good spot to start to make that happen. And Nate, any surprise picks out of this spot, you think, or are you thinking more along the lines of the defensive side?
Yeah, I think a defensive side, but defensive. I agree with the defensive line pick for Mike All that he had, but maybe a different name that we haven't mentioned yet. I think they need a parent figure in San Diego
They need an adult.
They need an adult in San Diego and pick Sean Parent on that defensive line, and then bring him in on that defensive tackle position.
I like it. That could be interesting to see where they go. The defensive spots are going to be more at a premium later in this draft, it seems, as that's basically the priority for all these teams that have picked so far. Let's go to Cam and figure out where they start in their journey in the SFL rookie draft.
With the 5th pick in the SFL's Season 19 rookie draft, the San Diego Mavericks select DeBrickashaw Molyneux, offensive tackle, the 6th selection. That's you, Carolina. You're on the clock.
All right, so the Sky Gang are on the clock. We'll get to hear from them in a little bit, but offensive tackle seems to be the flavor that San Diego is after at this particular point. I'm going to go down to you, let's go to Garrison. Garrison, instead of the defensive side of the ball, they went and filled the offensive line, which has importance as well.
Yeah, that's true, and it's a good pick. I have San Diego in my mock, picking him in the second round. So they decided to go O-line here instead, and they'll come back later and address the defensive line. Hopefully, maybe Sean Parent will be available. I doubt he will, but I consider that a win for me in my mock, getting him early. But it's a good pick.
We'll go Mike, then Nate. Mike, this is a surprise.
You know, it did catch me off guard because, like I said, they had that hole on defense. But I'm glad. I'm happy. DeBrickashaw was a great guy in the locker room, and I'm happy to see one of my rattlesnakes make it to the pros.
Yeah, a top 10 selection, a top 5 selection, no less. Very good work. Speaks a lot to the Lincoln locker room in that sense. Nate, again, another surprise. This is a surprise for you, or was this a need for them?
Honestly, I'm going to say that was a surprise pick for me. I would expect them to maybe fill a hole that they would have needed on a defense first, knowing that they needed to fill a couple of holes that they had on that line. But I guess they decided that maybe they would have had some choices further down the line in the draft, and they just said they had a guard on that line already, and they decided to go ahead and team up that guard with that offensive tackle and DeBrickashaw Molyneux. They don't have a running back yet either, so whoever they choose at running back in the later draft picks is going to have a little bit of an easier time finding holes with those two offensive linemen on the line for them.
And touch base with you, Justin. You mentioned that they would possibly go running back with this spot. They went ahead and shored up the offensive line to make it easier, as Nate mentioned. I mean, they have other holes now. They add running back to the hole, that one of the holes they needed to fill later in the draft.
Yeah. I guess. Optimus Klein there and his guys over there decided, hey, let's pick up let's pick him up Molyneux, and then we'll pick up a running back in the second round or third round later.
Yeah, it seems like the play, at least as of this moment. The defense and offensive line, a couple of picks in the first 5 dominate the trenches, or the trenches dominate those particular picks. The Skyhawks on the clock as we go in. New rebrand, a bit of a new attitude. They bring Shravan Prasad in with his brother Harish, along with other stalwarts like Mike Turillo. You have Tristan Hatley over there. They lose Logan Jack. Is that a hole that they fill, Mike?
Well, they did sign Pseudo Nakai to fill that hole.
Sure, that's right.
Short fat guy, Pseudo Nakai. But so they don't have a lot of holes on their team right now. If I'm wrong, maybe they only have to make one pick. And I'm thinking that might be a second tight end to help bolster that run game for Pseudo. Somebody like Lachlan Martin or Ron Haynes would be a good fit.
Yeah, seen a lot from Rod Haynes this season in the SFLM, but their pick is in. They wasted little time. Let's see who the selection is as we get it back to Cam.
With the 6th pick in the season 19 SFL rookie draft, let's see if she can make a scene. The Carolina Skyhawks select Skippy Curtis, cornerback. Pick number 7, that is Fort Worth. You're on the clock.
She has been in the league since season 17, making nothing but mischief in her wake. Now she gets to do it in a Carolina locker room that has created nothing but mischief in their time in the SFL. Skippy Curtis off the board, the cornerback from Lincoln. And Mike, very familiar with Skippy you are. Let's talk to you, Garrison, as well, and see what she's going to bring.
Yeah, Skippy is awesome. I love her. She's probably the best person in the league with the last name of Curtis. I'm just going to say that right now.
Wrong. That's not wrong. I'll take that.
Yeah, she's going to have a lot of fun in that Carolina locker room, and they are going to have a lot of big eyeballs for Skippy with all the things that she likes to say.
No doubt. Garrison.
Hey, good addition. I've got her in my mock going to Carolina, and I knew you were familiar with her. And I originally, my first mock, I had her going to Vancouver. Bumped her up. She very active, and this could be a run on some Lincoln players. That's 2 in a row, and in my mock, I got another one coming up.
They got some personality over there. Justin, let's talk to you about a little bit about Carolina, and if you want to move ahead, we'll talk about the Toros with their selection.
Yeah, it's like that was good. That was the only hole that I think Carolina had. It was their one pick, so that was a good pick for them. And now you got to focus on Fort Worth here, and they got I think a couple holes to fill, and it's like Fort Worth's got to fill the holes because they have their quarterback, they have every other position they have. They just got to fill. Maybe you look at a second guy or something like that to help out. Running game of Thrilliums and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then Nate, open floor. You can talk about either Carolina or the upcoming pick from Fort Worth, seeing where they're going to go.
Well, just like I got to call plenty of Albuquerque games, I got to call plenty of Lincoln games in the minor leagues. Got to see a lot of games that Skippy got to play in. She was definitely a great player on that Lincoln defense, and she's going to cause a lot of problems for opposing offenses to try to solve coming up in season 19. So I'm happy that she got to get chosen here in the first round, and happy for her that she's going to Carolina. So congrats to her. As far as the upcoming pick for Fort Worth, I think that they could use another linebacker here. They've only got 2 right now signed in JL Browning and EK Vincent. I'd like to see them maybe sign Matthew Alvarado here, or maybe a Sabo Cannon from Lincoln as well. One of those 2 players I think could come off the board right here as far as linebacker.
I like that. Going back to Skippy for just a second, in the Flights and Insights Prospect Bowl put on by Axel Raven, their leading vote getter in the cornerback position was Skippy Curtis with 30%. The next closest, 8% behind at 22. So definitely a popular figure in the SFLN community, looking to try to carry that into the pros as well. But Fort Worth on the clock as you take a look at the Fort Worth GM there as we try to figure out where they're going to go. Mike, let's go back to you real quick. Let's talk a little bit about Fort Worth and their prospects coming in.
Yeah, so as you can see, Aaron Alexander on the camera there with that crazy hair. So he's definitely ready to make a pick. I agree that I think they're going to look at linebacker as well, because Fort Worth always has a good defense, and guys like Sabo, which would be awesome to have back-to-back Rattlers for me, go in the draft. That would be awesome. Or somebody like Rachel Menner could be a surprise, or John Fowler. Those are the 3 names that I think we might hear right now.
Yeah, that's a couple of good names in the SFLM defensive side. There's a lot of impact players on the defensive side in the SFLM that could go really high in this draft. We're only 7 picks in now, as Fort Worth has made their selections. Let's see where they go. What holes are they going to fill? The Toros no longer on the clock as their pick is in the hands of Commissioner Cameron Irvine.
Thank you, Chris. With the 7th pick of the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Fort Worth Toros select Frank Burks, guard. 8th pick. That's you, Los Angeles. You're on the clock.
All right, so the Lycans are on the clock out in Tinseltown. Frank Burks off the board, the guard, as they go there. And Garrison, I'm going to go to you. Is this steady with more or less what you had in your mock, or is this something a little bit different?
This is a way different. I had them going linebacker. I had them going Sobo from Lincoln. That's why I was saying there's going to be back to back to back. And when Mike said it, I thought, okay, I've got a good shot. And this one's way out there. It's a good pick. Another O-line, again, a premium position, and Fort Worth is wanting to protect the running back Thrilliums and protect their quarterback. So it's a good pick. I think I had him going to Lone Star in the 2nd round, but they got him a quality offensive lineman.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And let's head over to you, Nate Hall. Your thoughts on Fort Worth going offensive line to try to shore that up when, yes, they have other holes, but that was one, like he said, it was their premium.
Yeah, they have 20 players signed, so I can see where they might go O-line here. And Frank did mention Trilliums as running back. They are one of the few teams that have a 2 running back system with Trilliums and Jay-Z Bacon in their backfield, as well as a fullback in Aaron Alexander. So they may be looking for that lineman off the draft board early to help block for those 3 to make to make trying to stop those 3 just a nightmare for any defense they go up against this coming season. So I could definitely see where the top the owners and the coaches are thinking up there in Fort Worth and their thought process for sure. I just hope that they still can get a quality position at that linebacker spot in the later rounds, and I guess we'll find out in the second round later on this evening if that turns out to be the case.
Fair enough. Justin, floor is yours. We can either mention the offensive line of Fort Worth, or you can go to the blue and gold that is Los Angeles, who are on the clock right now to try to fill some needs.
Yeah, that was a good call. I would say that was a good call by Aaron Alexander and the rest of the Toros, because Frank Burke is going to help out that running game of Thuriums. And now Los Angeles is, I don't know where Los Angeles is going to go. They have a lot of good players on that team. I just don't know who they're going to go with on this pick here.
Interesting thought processes all the way around out in Tinseltown. Mike, heading back to you. Team needs for Los Angeles, and where do you think some prospects live out there?
Los Angeles doesn't have a lot of holes. So the only thing I could picture in my head for them is a second tight end. And I got to head back to the same guys I called before, Martin and Haynes. Or you could see a real active guy like Bachakalupi showing up here. Either way,
Which,
any
by
one
the
of
way,
those
is the
3.
best name in the SFLM.
Yeah, it's a great name, and it's going to cause a lot of you guys on the broadcast crew a lot of problems for seasons to come.
Can't be any worse than Jaquarian Arias down at Meterix. So I think we got this. And then and Garrison, let's go to you. Or actually, Nate. Let's go to you, Nate. The Los Angeles Lycans, you thinking tight end for them, or maybe do they try to fill up a line position like maybe offensive line?
Well, they've already got 2 offensive linemen signed, and the Dunham brothers, I guess, maybe
Okay.
Vladimir and Bob, tackle and guard respectively. So I think second tight end is a good pick for them. So I definitely concur with that. I know Solly Richardson in the past has liked to air it out, and having a second option at tight end definitely allows them to keep that same mindset going down there in LA.
They had a pretty good offseason as far as free agency, so not a lot of holes indeed to fill. But next couple of picks, the Lycans, the Corsairs, the Atlanta Swarm, and the Houston Headhunters. Your next 3 picks after Los Angeles is got their pick in, which, by the way, it's in. Cameron has the card. Let's go back to Mr. Irvine with the selection for the Los Angeles Lycans at number 8.
With the 8th pick in the SFL's Season 19 rookie draft, the Los Angeles Lycans select Jamarcus Candy, offensive tackle. 9th pick, that is Queen City. You're on the clock.
So the 4-time champs are on the clock. Their ticker is going, but they do indeed get a 3rd offensive lineman for that Lycans offensive line. That's going to make things absolutely problematic for defenses everywhere. And Garrison, let's go to you. Talk to me about the selection of adding a 3rd offensive lineman to the Lycans roster.
That's they're wanting to protect the quarterback and open holes for their running back. I had Jamarcus going to Seattle. That might upset Seattle a little bit. Looking at their roster from last season, I was thinking receiver. I was in agreement with Mike and Nate on the tight end call. Another offensive lineman taken off the board, so we're seeing a run happen here, and it's what started off as a good mock draft for me has now gone south in 3 quick picks.
Fair enough. Mike, with this selection, and Tom Welsh, as you take a look at him there, as he's pondering his pick for the Corsairs. But Mike, this pick for the Lycans, just real quick, is this the best available pick, you think?
I am really liking this pick. Marcus Candy, the Candy man, actually.
Got a little bit of robot from you, but we'll check in with you in.
That's okay. I will be the robot.
Justin, your thought process on either the offensive tackle spot for the Lycans, or if you want to talk about the 4-time champs, let's see where they would go in the draft.
Yeah, I think that was, Sully wanted to protect him, have him protect himself and have running, obviously, for Logan Jack to have holes through. But now, you look at Queen City, you have possibly coming in as you have a couple of spots to maybe fill, looking at maybe a running back, looking at that. At a linebacker or fullback, maybe, it's possible. Possible one of those two will come up for Queen City on the next pick.
Fair enough. And then Nate, talking about Queen City, your thought process on where they go. They bring in OJ Bruin. Seems to be a bit of a redo out in Buffalo, and this first pick that they have in this draft could be a start of that.
Yeah, I definitely think they would go defense here with their first pick in the first round for Queen City. Definitely have a couple of gaping holes on that linebacking core. A Sabo Kanan or a Matthias Citrion would be a good pick here, in my opinion, to get them off the board early in this draft. But going back really quickly to LA's pick, could we be seeing a philosophy change on their offense from being an air it out all the time offense philosophy to a more ground game philosophy this coming season? I think that's the question we're all going to be waiting to find out.
Yeah, they've been typically air raid for a long time, talking about the Lycans. But the Queen City pick is in. The 4-time champs, Eric Barkley owned Queen City Corsairs, are ready with their selection. Cameron Irvine, take it away.
With the 9th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, these teens are very difficult. The Queen City Corsairs select Amar Bryant Jr., cornerback. The 10th pick, that's Atlanta. You're on the clock.
So Amar Bryant Jr. taken off of the board, one of the other top cornerback selections in the SFLM. Let's take a look at some highlights there. And Mike Alt, let's see if we can get you out of robot state here. This is a big time selection. Looking for an impact player on defense.
Yeah, he's definitely a great guy, and I'm hoping I'm not sounding like a robot right now.
You're not.
He's a very active guy. I like his personality. I like his attitude. This dude grew up in a military family and currently serves in the Army. So thank you for your service and welcome to the pros, big guy. And I hope you're wearing those Wu-Tang Crocs right now.
Fair enough. You see, he had 2 interceptions in the game against San Jose, as they just could not get him out of their heads. And Garrison, Amar Bryant Jr. taken off of the board. This is a key pick for a Queen City team that's trying to shore things up back there.
Yes, it is. It's a high value player that's very active, and that's a lot of things that the owners and GMs look for. What can you bring? What value do you have, and what value can you bring to the team on and off the field? This guy is going to do very well in the pros.
Very good. He has all the intangibles there in Nate Hall. The floor is yours. You can talk about Atlanta. As you see, look at Stitch there. Or you can go back and we can talk about some Queen City. The floor is yours.
Where is Kendra when you need her? She is not home right now, but she would love that site right now. She is a huge fish fan. I don't know if they did that for her or not, as she was former Atlanta before she went to Vancouver, but be that as it may. Atlanta, with the openings that they have, they were one of the few teams that have 4 wide receivers: Boo Chisholm, Siege Falco, Kyle Fenimore, and Notice Adobe. So they don't have really a whole lot of need on their offense unless they're looking offensive line. So they could be looking offensive line here to help protect Bryant Dynasty. We've seen a few high value offensive linemen go off the board already, and uh, maybe they go offensive line here to follow in that same direction. Um, so yeah, I think they could go offensive line here. Sure.
Yeah. And Justin, let's wrap up with you in regard to Atlanta before they get their selection in. Do you have a thought as to where they could go here?
I say O line as well because Brian Dynasty, I believe he got last season got sacked a lot, so you got to go O line on this one.
Got to protect the quarterback. I got to definitely do that. You can follow along on Twitter, hashtag SFL Draft, or tweet at SimulationFL with your guys' draft reactions as we get through the remainder of rounds 1 and 2 this evening. But Mike, we talked a little bit about Queen City. Where do you think an offensive lineman, or do you have somewhere else that Atlanta may go?
So I like Atlanta a lot. They really know how to build players there. They know how to draft and get solid guys, and that's why I've taken several of their players the last couple of seasons. So thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. I think they go defensive end here.
Yeah.
And I would really love to hear my guy Kratos Maximus called right now.
Okay. Garrison, you seem to be in agreement with that defensive line call.
Yeah, I have him on mock with another defensive back, but they do have a hole at defensive end. This could be a Sean Parent sighting right here. Kratos Maximus could pop in right here. So I'm thinking defensive end with Mike now.
Fair enough. The Atlanta Swarm, the one-time champion Atlanta Swarm, able to get it done back a few seasons ago, and haven't had the same success since. But they try to get back on the road to making that a reality. Mark Chisholm and company are ready with their selection. It is ready to go with Cameron Irvine. Cam, take it away.
With the 10th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Atlanta Swarm select Jay Warren, offensive guard. The 11th pick, that's Houston. You're on the clock.
All right, well, let's talk to Justin Reside. Offensive line was where you were thinking they go. Nate as well. Talk to me about this pick and how it impacts what they're trying to do.
Yeah, this was great. Did you want to go first, Nate?
No, go ahead. I heard Nate, but go ahead.
Okay, I was about to say this was a great pick by Chisholm and the rest of those boys out in the land. That was a perfect call by them because you got to have protection for Bryant Dynasty, and Jay Warden here in this spot is a perfect example because he protected Xander Moon a lot when he was out in, I believe he was in Madison, if I'm correct on that.
And then Nate, they went offensive guard here. Do you think maybe they go defense next round, defensive end?
Yeah, I think they wait and do the defensive end position on round 2. I think they did the right position here and got the offensive guard first round to get that position shored up to make sure they get that protection for Bryant Dynasty here in the first round.
They have 2 picks in the second round, pick 33 overall, and then pick 56 overall being the last pick in that draft. So that's something to keep an eye on. But you take a look at the headhunters. That is the Menners and Damon Simeon, who we all know and love, DR Sim himself, as they look to try to make some selections. And Mike, I'm going to head to you talking about Houston. A rebrand, they bring in Mike St. Green as well in one of the executive roles. And where do they start as far as filling holes on that side?
So yeah, I really like the rebrand, and I'm a big MSG fan. We started out in Jacksonville together, and the Menor boys are pretty solid, and Damon always does well. But here's where I think they go with the quarterback of the defense. They're drafting an inside linebacker here, I believe, and it doesn't get much better than Matthew Alvarado. If they pass him up here, they're not going to get him back.
Yeah, that's a solid impact player as he was in the SFLM. Garrison, in agreement, or do you think somewhere else?
I'm in agreement with the position, disagreement in the player. I'm thinking we're going with another Minner right here. I think it's Rachel Minner, inside linebacker.
That would make sense. That would make sense, seeing as how the kind of get the whole family together. If that's the case, Nate, you thinking for them defense like the other two, or you like them going somewhere else?
Yeah, as soon as I took a look at what was available at that inside linebacker position, and saw who was on that headhunter team, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Putting two and two together, bringing Rachel Minner over to fill that inside linebacker position role, and bringing her over with Corey. I think it's pretty much the obvious choice that's where they're probably going to go here in the first round to get her over here right away.
I have a feeling Alvarado won't be too far behind, though, if they do indeed go with the Menners. It makes sense in theory to bring the family atmosphere into Houston, a team that's been through some tough times, no doubt. They've definitely not performed as well as they've wanted to, and trying to do the rebrand, bring in some different voices, some different thought processes into the locker room, as you saw there, the live video with Mike St. Green and Damon joking it up, having a good time. This is a team that is rich with SFL history. There's no doubt about that. They want to get to the point where they can be impactful with the regular season and eventually into the playoffs. Their pick is officially in, though. Let's see where the first pick of the Headhunters rebrand goes. It is Cameron Irvine on the call.
With the 11th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Houston Headhunters select Jason Peace, inside linebacker. Your 12th pick, that's Indianapolis via the trade with Motor City. Ramblers, you're on the clock.
The Ramblers back on the clock. They had the first pick, but a little bit of a surprise. Everybody in agreement that it was going to be inside linebacker. Nobody had the player right, including myself. They go Jason Peace. And I'm going to talk to you, Garrison, who thought maybe they bring the Menners in. You think maybe they go Rachel in second round, potentially?
They could, but if not, somebody's not getting Thanksgiving dinner. But inside linebacker, Jason Peace, good pick. Alvarado, Minner, Peace, they couldn't go wrong. I thought it was going to be Minner because of the family tie, but it's a good pick. I think Alvarado is going to be coming up here pretty quick too, shortly. So I just hope the Minner household is going to survive this.
Mike, you in agreement there? You think it's a bit of a surprise?
If I had to choose a second person after Alvarado, it would have been Peace. I like the pick because as a headhunter now, he can be Jason Peace but declare war on opposing offenses.
Oh, that is an all-world dad joke. Nicely done. I appreciate that. And then let's go down to you, Justin. The Jason Peace heads to Houston, and then Indianapolis makes their second pick in 12. And where do you think they may go as we get into the pretty close to the second half of this draft?
Yeah, I think while we're looking at Chris Britton here, he's gonna go Alvarado on this one, because you had Peace off the board. You think you had Peace. If you're in Indianapolis, you thought you had Peace still on the board, but then he goes to Houston. Now you still have Alvarado on the board. So this is where they get Alvarado right here, right now.
Okay, Nate, you in agreement?
Could Chad pick Rachel Minner despite Michael St. Green as a London jab?
Interesting.
So we'll have to see. Yeah, a little bit of
drama unfolds. I like it. Do you like the soap opera drama that might be brewing, Garrison? Or you thinking they go something more sensible?
That is a pretty good little guess by Nate Hall. That was a diva pick right there.
By the diva, Mike St. Green. Let's be honest.
But I think it's going to be Alvarado to show up that spot there.
Okay, and then Mike, you thinking the same thing?
Uh, they do need some help at outside linebacker. And I would love to see Sabo go here. But they could also use another wide receiver. Um, and Jay Viper would be a good fit with them, or Reggio De Niro. But they can't go wrong with any one of those picks. But I feel like they shore up outside linebacker where they still got such talent left.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple of linebacker picks in a row is what the consensus is. We'll see which way they go as we get going. The lot of fun so far as we're close to halfway through this first round. Actually, not even quite close. We're still got a couple picks before we hit the halfway point. But Denver, Las Vegas, Florida, Mexico City, your 4 next picks in the draft order as the Night Wings look to start the rebuild after some changes in the coaching staff happened on their side. But looking at Indianapolis, I mean, if not linebacker, let's ask this: if not linebacker, do they try to fill in? They don't have a lot of holes left? It would seem. Where else would they potentially go, Mike?
Wide receiver.
Okay.
Like I said, they've only got a couple. And there's some really strong wide receivers on the board out there.
Okay, so see if they do one of those two things, either offense or defense. That's where the thought is. There's also a couple of kickers still out there. There's 3 total kickers on the board, and we mentioned 4 teams that needed them, but Indianapolis got that out of the not Indianapolis, but that came up with the number 2 pick, I believe, a little
Minnesota,
while
yeah.
ago. Yep. So that is where they go. But Indianapolis, good stuff so far. Getting the trade done with Motor City. Motor City in a bit of a different situation as well. We'll get to talk about them here in the later in this first round as they have the 26th selection. But it looks like the Ramblers are ready as we have their selection in. It's back to Cameron Irvine with that selection.
With the 12th pick of the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Indianapolis Ramblers select Chad McDevitt, outside linebacker. Denver, you're on the clock with the 13th pick.
Okay, so linebacker was the call, and they got to McDevitt off the board, which is not Alvarado and not Menor. So another linebacker gone, and Nate, I'm going to go to you, who had the diva selection going on with possibly bringing in Menor. You think they got the position right, though?
Yeah, they definitely got the position right. McDevitt, maybe a sleeper pick that some might not be familiar with, but a linebacker who had a great season out of Tacoma, made a lot of great plays for that team this minor league season. Definitely got the pick right, in my opinion. Looking forward to seeing what he can do for this Indianapolis squad coming up season 19. I know he's going to do some great things for Chad and company.
Yeah, fair enough. And Garrison, obviously no diva pick. They do not go Alvarado here. Do you think they got the pick correct? You think just based on the name?
This is one that stat wise, value wise, is somebody that Chad's looking for. Evidently, they've had conversations. I have not seen McDevitt in being active in chat, stuff like that. And some players are just not, but they could be active in their locker rooms. So I don't know much about him, but I know Chad, and he's going to pick high quality people. So I'm assuming that's what the type of person this guy is.
Fair enough, Justin. They go with outside linebacker. Let's also jump into the Denver conversation. Night Wings have some work to do.
Yeah, my rivals out there in the Vice Wars, they have a lot to do. Obviously, they have a lot of positions they need to fill here. Unless they do a surprise like strong safety or something like that. I don't know how Vega's mind's going to work on this one.
Okay, fair enough. And then Mike, as you take a look at Jeremy Vega, they do have some work to do, as Justin alluded to, talking about Denver. A lot of different pieces to put in place to try to more or less rebuild this roster. Where do you think?
Strong safety, because you Las Vasquez due to him being released by Denver, maybe, possibly.
Mike All, what do you think? They go strong safety, or you think they go somewhere else?
They definitely need to fill one of their two safety spots here, and I kind of like how Justin did that, where he made it sound like he was saying Las Vegas, but he said Las Vasquez. Nice little touch there. Um, Now, Jeremy would do well to find that numerical value that's still sitting on the board, and Frankie Custer. Frank has been a great on the field talent for us the last several seasons, and can definitely make a difference for him right away. Which is what he needs is somebody that's going to come out and make a difference right away. Or there's if you look at free safety, you could look at Young Vaught. He's a very active guy, real solid, positive guy, and would fit in pretty well there too.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways they could go, but shoring up the midfield spot deep on that defense definitely should be, and normally is a priority. But we know Vega's got some magic in him. He's done it before, so maybe they find the magic again out in the Mile High City. So, Garrison, you want to talk to you a little bit about Denver as well? Didn't get a chance to touch on them much. The Night Wings, do you think safety, or where do you have them going in your mock?
In my mock, I've got them going free safety. You got TJ Frosty out there. I've got him picking Young Vaught. He's from Madison. And then strong safety, Frankie Custer's a good pick. Like I said, Mike said it, he's been around. Good high value guy right there. So I'm thinking it's the back end of the defense.
Okay, well, let's see who it's going to be. The pick is in. Who's going to the Mile High City? Cameron Irvine has the answer.
With the 13th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select Josh Neal, strong safety. The 14th pick, that's Las Vegas. You're on the clock.
Okay, so Justin will respectfully exclude you from conversation about your pick as you guys go ahead and make yours. But we'll talk to Mike about the Josh Neal selection for Denver. They don't take the high value guy in Frankie Custer, which was the thought amongst a couple of you guys. Josh Neal, any insight?
I don't know a lot about the guy. It's definitely one of those surprise picks. Obviously they really like him in Denver, and they don't tend to make bad picks. So he's going to come in and he's going to fit in well, I'm assuming. But for me, it's wait and see what happens.
Yeah, fair enough. Nate, gonna throw it to you. Talk a little bit about Denver, and then I want to hear your take on potentially where Vegas is going to go.
Yeah, Josh Neal, again, got to see a lot of games in the minors, and Ottawa being a team that made it to the championship game, Ottawa's known for their defense prowess throughout the season. And in that backfield for Ottawa, they were known for taking the ball away and making things difficult for the opposing quarterback. And I think Neal might have been up there in pass deflections, if I'm not mistaken. He made big plays all season long. So on tape, he was definitely a good player for major league teams to look at, and I'm sure that's probably what Denver top coaching staff and owners saw when they looked at him and talked with him leading up to this draft. So that's definitely a good pick, in my opinion, to get off the board here in the first round. As far as Las Vegas and their upcoming pick goes, they don't have a whole lot of positions that they need. Defensive end is a position that they do need to get off of the board. So someone like Mike's been mentioning Kratos Maximus. He hasn't been picked yet. He would be a good pick here, in my opinion. I think he'd be a good pick to get off the board here in the first round.
Okay, fair enough. So possibly a Kratos Maximus sighting from Nate Hall. Garrison, you thinking somewhere in that vein for Las Vegas? You can also go back and touch on Denver's pick if you like.
Yeah, I'm thinking for Las Vegas, defensive line is a need. Defensive tackle, I'm thinking Robert Vale or Michael Rory from Lincoln. One of those two guys is a possible candidate to slide in right there. As far as Josh Neal goes in Denver, it's a great pick. Jeremy Vega does a great job. I highly respect him and everything. Along with like Chad, I know he's picking quality guys and guys that are going to stick around for a while. So Josh Neal had 5 pass defenses. He had 72, 73 tackles. I think he was like 5th overall of all the strong safeties in tackles. A good pick that could play close to the line, help and run support, and also cover.
Interesting that whoever they select will get to help them host the SFL convention here in just a few short weeks at the HyperX Arena at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada, as they will be joining a pretty frenetic community out in Las Vegas, no doubt about that. And Mike, you think in defensive? Actually, let's touch base in just a second, as their pick is in. Who is going to Sin City to join the Fury? The pick is in. We'll get it over to Cameron Irvine for that selection when he's ready.
With the 14th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Las Vegas Fury select Michael Rury, defensive tackle. Rury to the Fury. Good luck with that, everybody. 15th pick, Florida. You're on the clock.
A Furious Rurious. I'm still working on it. It's a work in progress. We'll see what happens come this season. Michael, let's go to you. You know this guy very well.
Oh yeah, he's a great locker room presence, and does really well on the field. Justin made a smart pick there. I'll give him credit for that one. But yeah, I love Rory, and I'm glad to see him in the pros, playing for the Fury. I like that, Cam. Rory to the Fury.
I like I'd like going to Mike because he just had Michael Rury, and then Justin reside and now has him in Vegas. Justin, give us your thought process coming into this pick and what turned the decision for you.
Yeah, this was just a top pick by our John and all the guys as a front office group. We were like, who do we need to build up that front line and get sacks with Sam Yeager and AK Jones, and it was the perfect build for us. It was Michael Drury had the perfect build and everything. With the Michael teaching, it was just a perfect fit for us in Vegas.
Yeah, Mike All seems to have his handprints on a lot of people in the pros with great respect to what he's been able to do. That is pretty legit. I like it. And as Florida is on the clock, the Ron Cochran-led Florida Storm, who don't seem to quit ever. And let's talk to Garrison. Team needs for Florida. You can also touch base on Las Vegas pick if you want.
All right. I'm glad to see Michael go. A good locker room presence. He's active in chat. A good player with, I think he had 4 or 5 sacks. So he can get pressure on the quarterback from the interior part of the defensive line, which is good. A good run stopper. So it's a good pick for Vegas. I'm proud of Michael for ending up there. I was kind of hoping he'd fall to LSG because I was wanting him to come join me in LSG down there, but we'll see what happens. Now, as far as this next one, Florida again, I think needs another defensive tackle. That's the only hole I see right here, and this is where I've got Robert Vale going in my mock.
Okay, so possibly a defensive line spot filled with this next pick for Florida. Nate, we haven't heard from you in a little while. Let's bring you in on the conversation for the Vegas pick and the upcoming Storm pick.
Yeah, I could see. I could definitely. They definitely need a defensive tackle position here with Florida. As far as the Las Vegas pick, I do see Rory to the Fury becoming patented with the broadcast team in the upcoming season. So maybe using that with the broadcast team might become a thing.
Now that I think about it, I said Furious Rurious earlier, and it sounds more like a Harry Potter spell than a slogan to bring in anybody to the SFL too. But either way, it's still a work in progress, and we'll
Yeah,
see what we can find out.
we'll see. But as far as Florida, yeah, they definitely need a defensive tackle. Maybe if they don't go Robert Vale, they might look towards Mike Mello from Madison or a Sean Parent from Lexington. So a couple names to throw out there as well.
Very good. Very good. So the defensive line seems to be the spot of need. Open floor. Anybody got anything in regards to the draft so far? Yeah.
I was going to say, looking at their roster, I said defensive tackle. That's a hole that needs to be filled, and with a run on defensive tackle. But it could be an offensive weapon here. It could be another tight end, possibly.
Okay, second tight end possibility for Florida. We'll figure out who's going to the Sunshine State as Cam has that pick. He'll wave his wand and bring himself up with the selection.
This is what is this? Was the closest thing I had to a wand.
The object closest to your left
puzzle
hand.
glue, I guess. I don't know why that's on my desk, but that's draft night with the season 15th pick in the season 19 rookie draft. The Florida Storm select tight end Ron Haynes. 16th pick. That's Mexico City. You're on the clock.
All right,
Puzzle
season 9 SFL champions.
Glue sternum. There you go.
Season 9 SFL champions, Mexico City Aztecs on the clock. But let's take a look at Ron Haynes, Garrison. You called him out at the last second as a possible tight end possible selection for Florida. This is a real good one, the guy did.
Yes, it is a real good one. He's I can't remember who he was playing for. Madison, playing for Madison. 2 touchdowns, 19 receptions, 270 yards. Can be a good second tight end to groom. A lot of teams are going to 2 tight ends and to help with the run game and things like that as well. But this guy is kind of reminds me of a glorious tight end in Lone Star. Same type of size possibly, and can stretch the field as well, help out with the offensive line.
I wonder who that could be. Yeah. That said, the Ron Haynes, you mentioned the 2 touchdowns. He had 2 of them in the same game, which was part of that highlight selection that you just saw. But going into the selection for the Florida Storm, let's touch base with you, Justin. It's been a little while since we've heard from you. Good pick for Florida, and if you want to touch base on the next pick, which is the Aztecs, you can.
Yeah, it's pretty good job there by Max Paul, aka Mighty RX, and the boys over there at Florida, getting a decent help to pull up Bolesky's running. And now we go to Mexico City and we go, where is Ramos Lynn gonna go? Is he gonna go his defensive side, which he has plenty of, or is he gonna go probably somewhere in his secondary there? Because the whole offense he has is whole offense there, and because you obviously need help with guys like Jeffrey Dagg's going to be Hall of Famer and all those guys over there in Mexico City, and you know how Ramos Lynn is good with defenses down there.
No, we know that the selection likely won't be a second tight end if Mike Daggs has anything to say about it. He's already wants the ball more than he's getting it, so we'll see that's a thing. Garrison, let's go back to you from Mexico City, and you can also touch base on the Florida pick if you choose to.
A good pick with that the tight end there, Ron Haynes. Like I said, reminds me of someone I know. But defense, I think, is going to be here. Defensive end. In my mock, I got Mike Mello going there. Sean Parent is still available, but possibly also outside linebacker is a need that could go as well.
Fair enough. Nate, let's go to you.
I think Ramos Lynn goes fullback here. There's only 6 on the board. He doesn't have one rostered right now. He does have 2 running backs listed on his roster in Phoenix Jones and Ray Bentley. However, not a fullback. So does he go Azami Mihata out of Ottawa?
Interesting thought process.
That's my guess.
Can always tell when Nate discovers something, right? Because his voice gets into this mysterious, like Scooby Doo solving mysteries kind of conversation type.
Ruh-roh, Shaggy.
Right, exactly. Rinks. Mike, agreement with defense for Mexico City?
So Ramos is a really smart guy, and he likes to think outside of the box, which is why I think he's got those 2 running backs right now, having moved Ray from fullback back over to halfback. Not a bad thought on Nate's part to think fullback, but I'm thinking possibly offensive line here. Maybe somebody like Phoebe Collins, um, putting somebody on the line to help open holes.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 2 very good halfbacks, that could very well be something you explore to try to open those holes. But the Aztecs pick is in all the way from Mexico City, and Ramos Lynn's desk to Cameron Irvine's hand. Cam, go ahead and take it away. Let us know who's going south of the border.
Well, there I am. Oh, wow. Let there be light and green. We'll have to fix that. With the 16th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Mexico City Aztecs select Ziggy Blaylock, defensive end. Your 17th selection, that's Jacksonville. You're on the clock.
Okay, Mike All, let's go back to you. Let's touch base. Ziggy Blaylock off the board, defensive end, and see what you're thinking as far as that goes.
I mean, Ramos always does well with his defense, and Ziggy Blaylock is a good defensive end. and he'll definitely get after the quarterback and cause problems for the running back trying to get out of the backfield. So that was a good call by him, and I think this is the guy that'll probably stick around for a couple seasons in Mexico City and cement his legacy there.
I like it. I like it. There's a lot of people that go to Mexico City and they just never leave, kind of like Hotel California of the SFL, and we'll see if that is indeed the case with Ziggy. Nate, let's touch base with you. The Mexico City pick, a decent one that fills a need, and then you can also touch base on Jacksonville if you choose to.
Yeah, definitely a spot that they needing a spot for that defensive end. Since they had the opening for it, decided to go for it here instead of waiting. So definitely a good pick by them. Glad to see them pick Ziggy Blaylock and getting him off the board now in the first round. So now they have 4 full defensive linemen. Have that set. Don't need to worry about it later, and now they can focus elsewhere in later rounds. As we see Frank Gooden out of Jacksonville on the screen, getting his pick in currently. They are one of those few teams that are still in need of a quarterback in Jacksonville.
Yep.
They could go there in the first round. Maybe taking a look at some of the positions that are still available, or some of the.
Maybe a Jordan Sipe here.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe I was going to say maybe a Gene Struthers off the board here, maybe a Kenny Slider off the board. Okay. One of those 2 players. Or they also do have a need for. They only have 2 wide receivers on that offensive side as well. So maybe a 3rd wide receiver here off the board here. So maybe a Jay Viper could come off the board.
Interesting. And Garrison and Justin, we'll touch base with you guys after the pick. I want to touch base with Mike All real quick because there's not many people in this league that are not a part of Jacksonville that know Jacksonville like he does. So I want to touch base with you and see what you're thinking that Frank Gooden may be thinking.
So yeah, Frank was definitely my mentor as a GM in this league here, and definitely a couple of holes there on the offense, and I kind of agree with what was already said. I'm thinking Jordan Sipe or Jay Viper here would be perfect fits in that Jacksonville locker room and on that home field in that purple and gold. Yeah. I love those guys in Jacksonville, and I know those are players that will help them continue to succeed the way Frank has always had our team succeed out in Jacksonville.
Okay, fair enough. So we have a little bit more time than I thought. Garrison, let's touch base with you. Jordan Sipe, Jay Viper, two names that have been thrown around. Do you see any surprises potentially coming from the Pride here?
I'm a big Jordan Sipe fan. He's going to be good for this league. Jacksonville needs a quarterback. I have them picking a quarterback in the second round, but they might want to go ahead and grab one of them here. You can't go wrong with Jordan. I know some of the people mentioned his build, but as far as being on the field and things he can do off the field for you, I would not be surprised if he is picked here.
When he does get picked, the highlight package will show he can make all the throws. No doubt about that one. But that pick is in for Jacksonville. Let's see who's headed down to the Sunshine State in Jacksonville. It's Cameron Irvine with that selection.
With the 17th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select Young Vaught, free safety. 18th pick, that's DC. You're on the clock.
So they go about the complete opposite end of the board than we were thinking with this pick. Instead of anything on offense, they go free safety and fill that spot instead. And Michael, we're gonna get it over to you to take a look at Young Vaught on the screen there, getting picked by Jacksonville. Can you kind of paraphrase what Frank is thinking at this point?
Oh yeah, Young Vaught is a strong player on the field and has a great personality off the field, and that's the kind of guy that can really gel with Frank, and definitely fill that opening on the free safety spot, which as we may all know here on the panel, that Jacksonville has a pretty solid, strong ball hawking secondary, as was proven last season, and Young Vaught will fit in perfectly.
I like it. Yeah, they've definitely shown that in the past, and I think he's gonna fit in nicely there. Going to Nate Hall. Haven't heard from you in a little while. Give me your thoughts on Young Vaught, and then let's talk about as well the cave-dwelling gold hoarders that are the DC Dragons.
Yeah, Young Vaught's definitely a good pick by by Jacksonville. They had the opening for the safety position. And again, we mentioned it before. Historically speaking, teams usually go defensive heavy in the first round. In previous drafts, Frank decided to go defense with his first pick. So he decided to keep that trend going here and pick that safety position with his first pick in this draft, and definitely got a good one in Young Vaught. As far as DC goes here in the first round, they don't have a whole lot as far as needs in this draft. They do have a few positions needed on that offense, however, and they need several positions on the offense. Maybe a second tight end or a fullback. They don't have a fullback signed. They could use a Mahadi here, or Mihata, excuse me, Azami Mihata here out of Ottawa. So they could sign him here out of the first round. Or they could go offensive lineman here. They could go a number of different ways here with this first pick.
Fair enough. Justin, haven't heard from you in a bit. Talk to me about the fire-breathing Sky Lizards for a moment. DC Dragons coming up with their selection. Holes to fill. They had a pretty successful season last season. How do they improve?
Yeah, I think you would go wide receiver here. You either go T DeQueen, or even, the other one we've been mentioning a lot, Jay Viper, or even Mihata in this pick. Obviously, that's one of my three guesses here. They go Mihata, Queen, or Viper on this one.
Okay, so you're thinking definitely something on the offensive side of the ball, catching passes. Garrison, would you tend to agree with that assessment? Tita Queen has been an impact player for Tacoma since the SFLM season started. That's a thought that we really haven't come across so much in this conversation.
Yeah, I had offensive side, fullback, like Nate said, could be a possibility. You got Stellar, you got Powell, some other names that he mentioned. I've got him picking a wide receiver. If I'd known TD the Queen was here, I would put her there. I've got Isaiah King going there. So it's either going to be an offensive side of the ball player, wide receiver, second tight end.
Gotcha. Who's joining the Dragons? Let's find out with Cameron Irvine, who's got the call.
With the 18th pick in the season 19 SFL rookie draft, the DC Dragons select Chuck Stellar, fullback. Your 19th pick for season 19. That's Tulsa. You're on the clock.
There have 19 on season 19. The Desperados are up, and Garrison, you called the fullback spot. Actually, so did Nate. So we'll touch base with both of you, but we'll talk to Garrison first. Give me your thoughts getting Stellar off the board.
Chuck Stellar was probably the hottest fullback out there because of activity. His value was a little bit lower than a couple of others, but I think that activity raised him above everybody else.
Okay, and Nate?
Yeah, Stellar and Power probably two of the top fullbacks to come off the out of the draft this season, and to get Stellar off the board this early is a great pick in my opinion for DC. So did really well to get him out of the way here in the first round.
Fair enough. Mike, the floor is yours. We'll talk about the DC pick, and you can also go into Tulsa's selection if you so choose.
Yeah. So yeah, Stellar is exactly who I thought they were going to go for, because DC is a team of stellar players, and now they actually have one named Stellar. And it's a good fit because Destro is known for a really strong defense and an amazing run game, and Stellar is just gonna be a perfect fit for pounding guys out of the way so that Kevin Say can find the end zone a few more times this season. As far as Tulsa, I gotta go defensive tackle here. Somebody like Demoranville or Neil Rivers would be solid players to draft right here at this spot.
Okay, and then Justin, same thing to you. You can go either way with your thought processes on either DC or Tulsa.
I guess Destro proved me wrong on that pick. I thought wide receiver, and I'm like, when I saw Star on the go up, I'm like, oh, you proved me wrong, Destro. You proved me wrong. There's old Marco Swifter. I think he's probably talking to like maybe Val or the previous names the others mentioned there, because he's looking at that phone. He's like, I'm going with this guy right now.
Yeah. Where do you think ultimately Tulsa decides to go?
I think you would go Vale, or like one of them said, maybe Nate Rivers here, or somebody on that defensive line there. Yeah. Garrison, you concur?
Yeah, I'm thinking either Val. I think in my mock, though, I've got them picking another defensive back, only because of how the defensive tackles were falling as I was picking them. Thorne, defensive back, might be a possibility here, but Vale, defensive tackle, or Rivers are probably a stronger candidate.
Okay, fair enough. The only one we haven't heard from on Tulsa's side is Nate Hall. Hey, Nate, you thinking they go with Vale here?
No, I think so. I'm looking at names here along their defensive line. They've got Berto Demora. I think to join Berto along that line, they need to bring in Rocco Rossi out of Annapolis as a defensive lineman. So you got Berto and Rocco on that line as a tandem on that defensive front.
That'd be kind of cool. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that for sure. Tulsa trying to get themselves into a position of success. They haven't had as much success as they'd have liked, although they had a pretty decent season a season ago, going down to Vancouver in the playoffs, but after getting a playoff win themselves. The Desperados are trying to make it a consistent thing, making the playoffs and getting some more consistency in their belt as far as regular season victories and finding a way to make an impact in the postseason. And oh, wonderful! And then an image of the logo has just showed up on social media. I can see that to my left as that literally never gets old. Haven't been on Queen City in 3 seasons, and that's still I love it. I love it. The SFL rookie draft, we are closing in on pick number 20 of 28 to finish out the first round of activity. Second round getting done tonight as well will take place immediately after, as we just go right into the second round first pick. As we get right through the third and fourth round set to hit tomorrow. Same place, I believe, same time, but check that. That may be different in the Discord.
It's
Now 4 to 8 Eastern is what I'm hearing from Commissioner Cameron Irvine in my ear. So as we await patiently the Tulsa Desperados pick, their clock time coming up pretty the clock time might be actually done at this point, so it's got to be here soon. And look at that. There it is, right on cue. It is Tulsa Desperados pick at number 19 in the season 19 draft. Who's going to Oklahoma?
With the 19th pick in the SFL's Season 19 rookie draft, the Tulsa Desperados select Phoebe Collins, offensive tackle. Pick number 20, that is Late Night London. You're on the clock.
All right, Phoebe Collins off the board. They shore up the defensive line with that selection. And let's go eeny, meeny, miny, Michael. Let's go with you. Defensive tackle Phoebe Collins off the board. What do you think?
Offensive tackle Phoebe Collins is a great pick here. You're welcome. They needed to shore up some holes there and make sure that they got some protection if they want to be as successful as they were last season. And Phoebe's a great pick for that. She's going to do a lot of good on that line.
Yeah, open up some holes in the offensive side of the ball for sure, as well as protect that quarterback. Nate Hall, your thoughts on Phoebe, and then we can start touching base on the next pick, which belongs to London.
So yeah, Phoebe will actually be playing opposite of Will Stevens, who plays the other tackle position listed on Tulsa's roster. So having those two as anchors along that offensive lineman will definitely help protect both sides of JQ in that pocket when he goes back to throw. Definitely keep him clean back there to throw deep passes to Gabriel Manning and Corey Jones, which can make life difficult for any defense they go up against. So definitely, as we take a look at Liam, Liam Crowder with his cool shades on late at night, trying
Dude
to
looks like a cross between Austin Powers, Elon Musk, and Jack Black.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just that's craziness right there. But yeah, definitely a good pick that they got with Phoebe. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Berto and company and Dion does over there next season in Tulsa. As far as London's pick coming up, another team that doesn't have a whole lot of picks, but they do have that opening for defensive end. And this is the third time I'm saying the name, and Michael is thinking the name, and Kratos Maximus is the name that needs to be called.
Third time for charm, maybe? Michael?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I got Kratos Maximus going to London. So get that man a bag of chips. He's traveling over the pond.
all that in a bag of chips.
They call it fries over there, don't they? No,
Crisps.
we call it fries.
We call it fries.
Yeah, that's right. That's how that goes. Michael, you thinking same thing, Kratos here?
I would love to hear Kratos' name called, but with Johnny at the helm, I don't think that's going to be the case. I know it looks like Liam's making the pick here, but it's Johnny. They're going to go a second tight end. I'm fairly certain of that. And they still got time to get some real good talent here, maybe like Bachagalupi, to be the number 2 to Benji.
I like it. Garrison, you mentioned you're thinking that as well. But is there anything that they might do differently here outside of Kratos or defensive line in general?
I mean, they could go for a fourth or wide receiver or second tight end. They've got 2 offensive linemen. The only hole that they have is defensive end, and so I think it's going to be defensive end.
Okay. And then real quickly, Justin, where are you thinking London goes?
Defensive end, obviously, because I don't know if Benji wants a second guy there for tight end.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe the hashtag throw it to the tight end movement that Mike Dag started might be starting to work its way across the border as we get in.
I don't know though, Chris, because now that Mike said that about the whole offensive scheme of London and how diva-ish Johnny can be at times, I think fourth wide receiver even could be a huge possibility for London at this point. So getting somebody like Jay Viper, who's made big plays in the minor leagues, could be a huge pick for Liam right here to get
Interesting.
him off the board.
Pickler to Viper, is that in the future of the London Knights? Let's find out. Cameron Irvine has the pick.
All that in a bag of fries? No? I thought for sure we would get to that at some point. With the 20th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the London Knights select Demetrius Farmer, center, conversion from defensive line. 21st pick, that is Charleston. You're on the clock.
Okay, so they do something a little bit different. They do some conversion, bring one from the defensive side of the ball to the offensive side of the ball to help protect the run game and the pass game. And let's touch base with Mike All, figure out kind of what they're thinking. Maybe I mean this is a peculiar pick, something we haven't seen yet this draft.
Well, Liam is a peculiar guy, but I mean, it's a nice call because they took another rattlesnake, so I can appreciate that. That guy's gonna be farming pancakes from now on for London, and he's gonna do well. He's a good guy. I like him a lot. He was always good in the locker room, and he'll fit right in with Johnny and the crew over in London.
I wonder what they call pancakes in London. I think we'll have to get some intel on that from Liam or
Flapjacks.
somebody. What's that?
Flapjacks.
Is that
think.
the UK thing? I'm not. I wasn't
Maybe.
sure.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm guessing.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure that's totally American.
Okay, fair enough. Justin, let's go to you. London, they go with center instead of the defensive line, and yet Kratos, Maximus, and company are still out there on the board.
Yeah, Kratos is still on the board, and you turn a defensive end into a center. That was just a move I thought I wasn't expecting that from Liam. That was just a pull a rabbit out of the hat and change somebody move there. It's just that was just me. That was pick when I saw that pick come up. I'm like, huh?
That's what it was. Cam, Liam replaced your wand with puzzle glue on your desk. That's how that went. Okay, fair enough. Moving on, Garrison. London doing their thing. They change a defensive guy to an offensive guy. And let's touch base on Charleston as well.
That just totally surprised me. I know that can happen. Didn't see it coming, but needed some O-line help to protect Johnny. That was a good call right there. As far as Charleston goes, don't know. I kind of was thinking early when I did my first mock a defensive back or something like that. Then I went with tight end. I'm thinking second tight end here. Somebody that could come in and possibly be another Worm like Adam Williams, but I don't know if that talent is out there. But we'll find out. I'm thinking second tight end here.
Okay, so second tight end is where you're leaning at. Nate, would you agree?
No, I think that they go offensive line here with Charleston. Right now they've only got one guard on their line. I think they need to pair that with either another guard or a tackle. I know Vancouver has the guard and tackle on the same side. Maybe we see Charleston maybe do the same thing to try to help block for Keith Swearingen. So maybe try to. I know all the actual offensive linemen are off the board now that were actual offensive linemen in the minors, but maybe converting. I don't know. I take that back. So maybe Damian Robichaud out of Ottawa goes here. he's still on the board as offensive lineman, or maybe taking a defensive lineman and converting him over to offensive line might be a way they go here as far as getting him on a tackle.
Maybe the London Knights have started a whole process with that. Mike, a lot of options on the board for Charleston to go with. We've heard tight end, we've heard offensive line. Do you have something kind of in your wheelhouse that they go with instead?
I feel like second tight end would be a good choice, but with one left, I do think they go with Damian Robichaud on their offensive line to help Swearingen be more successful this season with the division that they are now in.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, we find out who is joining the Predators. The pick is in, and they pick at 21. Cam has that selection. Let's go.
With the 21st pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Charleston Predators select Damian Robichaud, offensive guard. Good call, panel. 22nd pick, that's Sioux Falls. You're on the clock.
Okay, so let's go back to Nate. Let's pick on you after that pick. Damian Robichaud off the board as they shore up the offensive line. And good call on your side. What are you thinking that they were thinking on it?
Well, yeah, like Mike was saying, they definitely needed to shore up that offensive line to help block for Swearingen and Sutherland, being in that division that they're in now, and getting that last lineman off the board that was actually on, as listed as an offensive lineman in the minor leagues. A good pick by them to make sure he goes, gets picked as that position off the board to their team.
I like it. Garrison, they didn't quite go tight end like you were thinking, but where do you like the pick for offensive line?
Offensive line taking the last one off the board. Now, if anybody wants one, they got to try to convince a defensive guy to switch over, and that's not easy to do. Good choice here. It was, they didn't have a lot to fill. So I was thinking, second tight end. Basically, an offensive lineman is a second tight end. Yeah, he's a good pick.
I like it. Justin, I haven't heard from you in a little while. Give me your thoughts. You have last offensive lineman off the board, and we also have the Sparrows on the clock currently, and where they could go.
Yeah, that was good. You have the last offensive lineman on the board. You take him off. That was a good move by Charleston there. And now on the clock, Sioux Falls. It's now tight end or something else because we saw in the free agency frenzy that Caesar Ackerman went to Jacksonville, so now they have a tight end spot open up, and then also with GP Wells, you could have a running back here as well. Either one of those two spots, you can have Sioux Falls take here.
A couple of decent running backs still on the board. Speaking of those, so we'll see if they perhaps go there. Mike All, your thoughts on a Sioux Falls team that has some work to do?
Sioux Falls does have some work to do, and I don't know. I feel like defensive tackle is the call here. Stephen Fellows would be my choice. I think he's the top-rated defensive tackle left on the board, and they would be at a loss if they didn't take him right now to fill that hole.
Literally and figuratively when the games start in July. Nate, your thoughts on Sioux Falls? You think a defensive tackle, or they have some other holes as well?
Yeah, they do have some other holes like running back, but I think that can wait till later. I think they go defensive tackle here. I agree with Mike on the position. I think we could see Parent go off the board here, or maybe Maximus, or maybe maybe Rivers even. It just depends on where they want to go as far as the player.
Fair enough. See where they go with this, and then Garrison, where do you have them going at the spot?
In the mock, this is where I have them picking their running back. I got them picking Bolo Scott. That's a strong possibility. He's the same, or she, excuse me, is the same build as what Colin Hart was whenever he was running rampant on that offense there. So maybe they try to recreate that. Don't be surprised on getting a tight end. They need a tight end, and Bachakalupe could fall here.
Okay, and that's where Justin was thinking too, as somebody at the tight end spot could end up falling to the Sparrows. See where they go. Not a lot of urgency, it seems, to fill that running back spot in general with Sioux Falls. You have a couple of good ones on the board, but I have a feeling they're not going to last forever. Sioux Falls also does not pick again until, where is this at? I just had this in front of me.
45.
40, yeah, thank you. 45. So they're halfway through the second round before we see a selection from them again. And there's a lot of teams that are making selections between there. So could be interesting to see where they go. Cameron has the answer. We'll see who's going to Sioux Falls.
With the 22nd pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Sioux Falls Sparrows select Marcus Duncan, running back. Your 23rd pick, Louisiana. You're on the clock.
There you go. Revs are on the clock, and Marcus Duncan is off the board as you take a look at what he's been able to do in the SFLM this season. But a good pick here in the sense of ability, Michael, getting Marcus Duncan off the board.
Yeah, he's a solid player. He did really well in the minors. Coming to Sioux Falls, I hope he doesn't earn himself a new nickname, the Duncan Yo-Yo. I don't want to see him going forwards and backwards. I want to see him going forwards all the time.
You just made that up on the spot, didn't you?
I did.
Yep, that's what I thought. That sounds like a Mike All thing. We were talking running back Nate, I believe. So give me your thoughts on this pick of Marcus Duncan.
I like the pick. Duncan did a lot of good things in the minors, as Mike said. And I like getting the running back here instead of waiting, because as we touched on a little bit before the pick was made, they don't make another pick until pick 45. So as you stated, a lot of teams make picks between here and then, and they didn't want to chance not getting a not as good running back later on, and they knew that they didn't want to risk that possibility at that point. So getting that position off the board now made a really a lot of sense to me, getting him at this point.
They lose GP Wells. They fill the hole with Marcus Duncan. We'll see how that particular decision goes. Justin, they bring Duncan in, and when we talk about the Revs, let's see where they might want to start their process.
Yeah, I think Revs got everything, but I'm thinking because they already have their, I think, 2 tight ends already, and they pretty much have a decision of where they want to go here. Ross and all those guys over there, Gerald, are thinking, where do we want to go? They probably may want to go on the offensive side of the ball, but it's like, it's a hodgepodge of who you could go to right now.
Okay, Garrison, do you have any thoughts to narrow it down a little bit?
I'm thinking it's going to be defensive line. Maybe if they want to take in a Sean Parent and moving him inside, or Kratos Maximus and moving him inside, or going with Rivers. He's Fellows is there as well, so you can go Fellows or Rivers at defensive tackle to replace Gone, who left. Going back to the pick, running back with the Sioux Falls. They're looking for that home run hitter that Marcus can give them. I was hoping it was going to be Scott, the Pink Diva, being able to do something, and maybe she'll pop up somewhere else in Sylvester. There's a couple of teams that need him, but it was a good call for running back, because I think those other teams are going to start selecting. So they got him a good pick with Duncan. I'm thinking Neil Rivers here mostly, though, for Louisiana.
Okay, fair enough. As we get the Revs pick on the board, see what they decide to do. Last couple of picks in this draft. Vancouver's next, then Lone Star. So we lose 2 of you for that pick. And then Motor City by way of Indianapolis. And then the Legends pick one more time, as does Seattle, to start things out or to end things in the first round. But talking about the Revs, they've had some decent seasons. They've got a high football IQ down in the swamp, no doubt about that one. I'd like to see them find some success, starting with potentially this starting more potentially with this draft. And we've been talking about this defensive lineman all night. Let's see if that's where they go or if they have something else up their sleeve down in Louisiana. Cameron has the pick. Commissioner, go ahead and take it away when you're ready.
Thank you, Curtis. With the 23rd pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Louisiana Revolution select Neil Rivers, defensive tackle. Pick 24, Vancouver. You're on the clock, and I wish you would have seen the sunset behind Michael Percoco, but it's dark now. We'll get to him in a minute.
Neil Rivers off the board. So the defensive line is indeed the pick. And Garrison, you called it out first and foremost with what they might do. I want to get your reactions to Louisiana's selection, getting one of the good ones off the board from Albuquerque.
A good value pick, active. He's going to be active in the locker room. They love people being active. He's going to be paired up with Butler and Coach, and they're going to have a good time over there with this pick.
Yeah, I like it. Mike, all your thoughts on this and then potentially where Vancouver could go.
Sure. So yeah, Ross and I, in most cases, tend to think alike, and we have fought for several players over the last couple seasons. Him and I. Usually he would win out, but hey, I got Odette Boudreaux this time, buddy. So I knew they would probably go with Neil Rivers because I knew they had that hole at defensive tackle, and I had a lot of really good talks with Neil Rivers. If I was going to draft a defensive tackle, he probably would have been the guy. So I had a good feeling that that's probably where he was going to go. As far as Vancouver, they don't have a lot of holes open. They only need 2 more players. And with their new quarterback in town, I'm thinking they're going to want to give him at least one more weapon. And Lachlan Martin is still out on the board, I believe, right? So I think they might bring him in to give him another target.
You've got a couple of wide receivers still very much on the board, which I didn't honestly expect to fall this far. As you take a look at Michael Percoco there, who clearly has the Snapchat smooth skin filter on. I'm not sure how that happened. But either way, Nate Hall, there are a few people in the league, based on your experience with Vancouver, that would probably be more qualified to talk about what Vancouver could do here. Seeing as how you're no longer with them, I want to touch on you and see where you would think they would go.
Yeah, it does me good to see Michael Percoco hard at work, former buddies in the minor leagues with Madison. So shout out to him. Hope he's doing good. But yeah, they don't have a whole lot of holes open on their team, as Mike said. Defensive tackle could be where they go here. They do have an opening for that. Could get another weapon, wide receiver, as Mike said, though. So maybe an Ed Williams or a Willie Tabor Jr. maybe could come off the board here, or maybe getting a getting another Quaig Mam off the board, a unique name, bringing him over to Vancouver.
Fair enough. Where do you think in Mr. Blue?
I had them. I've got them picking a free safety. I looked at their lineup or roster from last season, and they had 2 free safeties on there. So I was thinking it may be a hole they want to fill. So I got TJ Frosty going there. But wide receiver could be a possibility. I have them picking wide receiver in the second round, and with Viper and DeQueen and King, those people sliding down, it could be a wide receiver here.
Yeah, you got 3 very good quality wide receivers still out there that very well could end up in the blue and gold of Vancouver. Justin, touch base with you. You can touch base on the previous pick, which was Louisiana, or you can touch base on Vancouver's pick.
Yeah, Vancouver, I'm thinking defensive tackle, or maybe if if they could convert a free safety into a cornerback to maybe replace Ashley Rose Finch because she left the team with Tom Peppers. So that's my thinking.
Okay, that could be a possibility. We'll see. They do have a couple of openings, not very many, but we'll see where they go. Who's going north of the border to Vancouver? Cameron Irvine has the answer.
With the 24th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Vancouver Legions select Hector Huxley, wide receiver. 25th pick, Lone Star. You're on the clock.
Okay, so position correct. Maybe the person not so much, not who we expected. Hector Huxley off the board going to Vancouver, and I'll touch base back with let's go Nate Hall on this and talk about Huxley and see what they can bring.
Yeah, I mean, every time I was calling a Lexington game, it seemed like every time I turned around, I was calling Huxley's name on another big, long completion over the middle. So definitely gives a new quarterback or a new in-town quarterback like Christian Brown another weapon to throw to help maybe calm his nerves a little bit to come into a new setting in Vancouver. Maybe not, maybe kind of ease him in a little easier as far as getting him another weapon to throw to. So we'll have to see how it works out for him having another weapon there in Vancouver to have in his arsenal.
I like it. Garrison, I'm going to limit you to just Vancouver talk, and Nate, you as well, about what Vancouver did, and if you want to, anyway. I know you may be busy as well.
No, that's fine. Vancouver, Andy does a good job of finding hidden gems, and this guy is kind of been under the radar. I think Andy did that to us last year, picking a fullback that was kind of under the radar, and that's he finds these guys or girls and is able to get them to Vancouver and progress them very well. So. Looking forward to see what he can do in that blue and gold.
And then Michael, your thoughts on Vancouver and possibly where Lone Star could go with this?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I love Percoco. He's one of my favorites.
Yep.
Hector Huxley is definitely a very good receiver, and this is just speculation on my part, but maybe also a superhero. I mean, he's got that alliteration in his name. I don't know what kind of superhero he could be, but it's always that possibility. As far as Lone Star, there's not a lot of openings there. I mean, they do have to fill the spots vacated by the Caudells. At least that's my thought. They would have to convert a defensive lineman over to the offensive line at this point, and that would be a real toss-up as to who would be willing to switch and protect the quarterback rather than destroy the quarterback. So I'm going to go with defensive tackle on this one, and an actual real life friend of mine in this case. I'm going to say they're going to go with Louis Negron.
Okay, fair enough. Justin, you're thinking the same thing. By the way, I like the alliteration thought. You got Bruce Banner, you got Peter Parker, maybe Hector Huxley joins that group. You never know. Anyway, Justin, let's touch base on Vancouver's pick and also on Lone Star where they could go.
Yeah, the Vancouver pick, I kind of like that wide receiver because you're joining a core of Curtis, Justice Blackwell, and Brett Killian there, and now with Lone Star's pick, you thinking you go to a defensive tackle, or even could the only kicker that's left on the board is Caleb Richards. Maybe they have him convert to punter, possibly.
Okay. Interesting potential there. And then Mike is the only other non-LSG guy in the room. Is there any surprises potentially in store for us with Lone Star, you think? We're kind of, I mean, maybe we're grasping at straws, like you said, with not a lot of holes open.
Yeah.
But, just kind of seeing where they could possibly go with this, because they had a really, really good season last season getting into the championship game. And you know what? Guess we'll find out. The pick is in. Lone Star has the selection to Cameron Irvine. Let's go to him to figure out who's going down south.
saving redundant analysis one pick at a time. With the
Like-
25th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Lone Star Glory select Stephen Fellows II, defensive tackle. 26th pick, we're back around again. That's Motor City via Indianapolis. You're on the clock.
Okay, so Detroit or Motor City on the clock with the pick from Indianapolis. So, but let's talk about Stephen Fellows II. And Mike, I think I saw a reaction out of you coming from that. Give me your thoughts on the Fellows.
It makes a lot of sense. Highest rated guy left on the board at the position. And they always put together a really strong defense. He's gonna be filling the hole that Bobo Caudill left for them.
Yep.
Tina began moving up into his spot, and he's gonna be going into Tina's spot, and he's gonna play real solid. Their defense is one of their strong points, and he's gonna fit right in.
Fair enough. Garrison, if you're there and can talk, give me your team's thinking, and I'll get Nate's thoughts on it as well.
Very good pick. A good high value defensive tackle left on the board. He's going to fit in nice. Another team that is good with progressing players and everything. And so Tina sliding over and him sliding in Tina's spot's going to be a big plus.
Yep, fair enough. Nate Hall, your thought process on your team selection.
Yeah, I love it. Stephen Fellows coming out of Tacoma. Like Frank said, high value defensive tackle off the board. Excited to get him in and catch him up to speed on our defense as part of our defense. I know Albert and Yogi are going to get him up to speed quickly on how things work on our defensive front. Just excited to start getting to work on season 19 and get ready and prep for week 1 in Vegas. And I'm looking forward to seeing our team at work and looking forward to that week 1 matchup.
I like it. You took a look there at Shane Kaufman, Justin, with the Motor City V8s. They have their first selection in this draft. And they've got some interesting decisions to make, talking about their roster, and it starts with this pick. Where do you think they start off with Motor City V8s?
Yeah, you got a whole bunch of offensive line, but I'm thinking if you have, if you want to get the kicker now, you get Caleb Richards here, or even another different position if you're thinking like if you're in the head of like Colin Northrup here.
Okay. And then you're going to go to Garrison Blue. Do you have a mock for where Motor City goes here?
Well, yes, I got him picking running back here. Justin mentioned kicker. They pick again. They're picking 26 here. They pick again in 35. So they could possibly go kicker here. But with the receivers falling, they might skip running back and go. There's DeQueen, King. I'm gonna mention the same group of receivers. They're still sitting there that they need to they lost Mandavi, and they need to replace him. So some high quality receivers sitting there, so that could be the choice.
Very well could be. Three-headed monster of wide receivers still out on the board, as you alluded to, with Viper, DeQueen, and King all still sitting there, and see if maybe they go there. You have some options if you're Motor City. I don't think there's going to be a lot of wrong options they can make with this selection. They've got some decent sized holes to fill in that roster, and we'll see if they can figure that out. Mike, do you have any thought processes as to where Colin may be thinking and the rest of the Motor City V8 staff?
Yeah, we've had some talks about them in our front office being in the same division with them, and I feel like they're going all in on a power running game. So somebody like Christian Pierce could be good.
Mhm.
I would love to hear Logan Lee's name called finally. He could do a lot of good for them. I love Colin. I love Dwayne. I don't know what they're thinking here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll soon hopefully find out. Nate, any insight on the V8s? Maybe could one of your mystery solving thought processes could be on the horizon.
Zoinks.
I don't know. No Zoiks this time. I don't know. Maybe getting Blue Scott off the board here as a top value halfback out of Albuquerque could come off the board here for the V8s. But if they don't go running back here, I think they have to go wide receiver because they've only got 2 wide receivers signed right now, and I mean they can wait for their kicker till pick 35. So getting somebody like King or Viper or even Ed Williams out of Albuquerque, getting them off the board now, that could really help them out in the long run.
Hard to believe there's so many impact players still on the draft board at skill positions. It's kind of amazing to me how many have not been picked in the first round of this draft. You have 3 different potentially top tier wide receivers, a couple different top tier potentially halfbacks, and a lot of defensive line, a lot of offensive line have been taken off the board. You got a couple of cornerbacks, you got a couple of safeties, a lot of defense has been the priority in this first round, and would love to see where they go. Their pick is in. We'll see who is headed to the Mitten to play in the first season in Detroit as Motor City has the selection. Cameron Irvine, go ahead.
With the 26th pick in the Season 19 SFL Draft, the Motor City V8 select Azami Mihata, moving from fullback to tight end. Your 27th pick is Minnesota. You're on the clock.
Okay, so Legends looking to make their second selection in this draft. Azami Mihata off the board, which is not necessarily something we thought we would see. But again, with Motor City, there really wasn't a wrong answer here, Mike.
Yeah, I caught me off guard. Good for them though. They're apparently going 3 tight ends over there. So I think like I said, I think they're going all in on a power run game. Now they just gotta land their running back to fill that out.
They'll have some options at 35 here very shortly. Nate, your thought process with their thinking? You thinking a power run game, or you thinking they're just going to try to find different ways to get impact players the ball?
No, I think it's definitely a power running game at this point. Having a third tight end on their roster pretty much seals that for them, because when I took another look at their roster, they have 3 signed offensive linemen currently at center, tackle, and guard, all with the same last name, by the way, McMillan. So I'm not sure if they're all brothers or what the deal is, but they they have 3 offensive linemen, 3 tight ends, and only 2 wide receivers. They just need a running back now, which I'm sure they'll get at pick 35 and wait for their kicker. So we'll just have to see who they pick in the next few picks, and that'll be that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Legends pick at 27. Garrison, give me your thoughts on the Motor City pick, and as well as where Minnesota goes with their second pick.
I'm stunned. I didn't see a third tight end coming. I'm friends with Guy Clausen. Phil Cost is still there. Those are 2 high value, high quality people. And then now they're bringing in a third tight end, so it's going to be ground and pound, I guess, in Motor City. A lot of value at wide receiver sitting out there, and they still have an opportunity to get their running back. I wasn't sweating that. I had Logan Lee going there. And that's still a possibility because, like I said, they're picking at 35, and the kicker's still available. But third tight end, that completely caught me off guard.
Yep. Yeah, it caught seemingly a lot of people off guard, probably including most of those in their division. Talking about you, Michael, and anybody else. But Justin, your thoughts on Motor City, and then let's talk about Minnesota, see where they go.
Yeah, this is that conversion to me. I was just when I saw tight end come up instead of fullback on the board, I'm like, oh, Colin Northrup, you're kind of a genius here. He's trying to run a running offense of some sort. And now you got Minnesota here, probably is looking for it. We got the guy in the nickel, probably a guy in the nickel spot or somewhere on offensive end here on this one.
Okay. All right. So so looking at the Minnesota squad, they have picked once already. Mike, do you have any insight as to where they're thinking based on the roster?
Minnesota's my week 1 opponent,
Yeah.
and I'm thinking to compete with us. They've already got a super strong roster, but I think they like Justin said, I think they go nickel back here. And somebody like Dion Lane Barney has a really strong numerical value, and that could be the way to go.
Okay. Well, it's who's going to join the Minnesota Legends in the state of 1,000 Lakes? This is going to be their selection now, as Cameron Irvine has it.
With the 27th pick of the season 19 SFL rookie draft, the Minnesota Legends select Christian Bachagalupi, tight end. Seattle is your 28th pick. You're on the clock.
All right. And our tongue twister name of the day, Christian Bachagalupi. Yeah, I win. See how that works? As does Cam. Tight end taken off the board to Minnesota. And you know this tight end fairly well, Mike, so I want to lean on you for a bit to see what they're thinking and what he brings to Minnesota.
Yeah, he's a really positive guy. I didn't have the longest conversation with him, but I had a really good conversation with him, and he's going to bring a lot of goodness to that team and fit right in with all those great players they already got there. He's pretty active in sports. Was a real big flag football player. So he knows what's going on out on that field, and he knows how to get it done. He's looking to be a coach someday, and he's got some real good guys to learn from over there.
I like it. I like it. Players taking more responsibilities than just suiting up on their game days. I like that a lot. Nate, gonna have him touch base with you a little bit. Want to touch base with you on this one, as well as looking forward to Seattle's pick at 28.
Yeah, I like the second tight end pick out of Minnesota. Definitely, definitely a good pick out of them. Joining forces with Jason France over there, it's definitely going to be tough. Tough to stop for any defense facing the Legend next season. Another target for Reno to throw at, and another blocker for Colin Hart to follow when he's running the ball. As far as Seattle's upcoming pick, again, they have a lot of needs. They could go quarterback here off the board. With this upcoming pick, they could get either Kenny Slider here or Jordan Sipe. Or they only have 2 wide receivers still on their roster, so they could get another wide receiver here and get a Jay Viper off the board or Ed Williams. So I think they definitely go offense, though, here with this pick.
Okay. And Garrison, I see we may have lost your video on Discord, and that's okay. If you are there, give us your thoughts on where Minnesota is currently, where they could go.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, yep.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. I lost power and knocked my video feed out for some reason. But wide receiver with those names falling, I don't think the Seattle expected that to happen. So they may try to take one of those wide receivers now. But also just thinking a little bit outside the box, defensive side of the ball, outside linebacker is a hole they could fill here as well. And there's some good quality linebackers still sitting out there. Matthew Alvarado, I know he plays inside. You got Foraker and Garrett Evans. There's just to name a few. Tim Connolly and one of my Lincoln guys, Sobo, is still sitting there. So that's outside linebacker could be a possibility.
I'm thinking quarterback here. I don't know why I'm thinking quarterback here, but I'm thinking that's where they go. And I think this might be Jordan Sipe's time. I could be very wrong. That's entirely possible. I've been wrong before.
They already got their quarterback. Blanton was the pick earlier.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Third pick overall. Yeah.
You're right. So that, yeah, Charles Blanton's over there. So let's see what kind of supporting cast they give him. Let's get it over to Cameron Irvine for that selection.
With the 28th pick in the season 19 SFL rookie draft, the Seattle Tyrants nemesis. I knew I was going to do it at least once tonight. The Seattle nemesis select Sean Parent, defensive end. I am the new nemesis in Seattle. Portland is on the clock with the 29th pick.
You can contact him on Discord at SFL Commish. There you go. That said,
Changed it. Can't find me there.
Sean Parrott comes off the board, and I want to lean on Mike real quick because he knows this. He knows this guy pretty well. And going to a Seattle roster that definitely needs him.
Yeah, Sean Parent is going to do really well for them there. He's going to cause a lot of problems for opposing quarterbacks over there. It's a really good pick. It really helps improve their defense, and good call, Ethan.
Yeah, fair enough. And Garrison, going back to you real quick, talking about Sean. Let's go there, and then we're going to start talking about the first round as a whole here as well. So I want to get your thoughts on Sean Parent first, though.
Sean Parent's a good pick. I thought he was going to go way earlier than the last pick of the first round, but they made a good pick there. It's a defensive guy, not the outside linebacker that I was talking about, but they still got those holes to fill, and there's still quality athletes out there and quality people out there that they can get, wide receiver and outside linebacker later on in the second, third, fourth round.
And then Justin, let's touch base with you as well. Your thoughts on the first round as a whole. Also, let's single out Portland, figure out where they're going to go with their first pick of the second round.
Yeah, I think this first round's been really good so far. Great picks by all the teams, and now Portland's on the clock. And I think it's time for Cyrus Jive to get his name called for quarterback here on this one, or even the strong safety or a second defensive tackle.
Could be a couple of decent picks there as you take a look at Mel Davis one more time, as he has his roster getting set and ready to add somebody else to that roster. And Nate, touching base on Portland and the first round as a whole, you think they go quarterback here? And what do you think of the first 28 picks?
Yeah, Portland, I think they go quarterback here. Getting that quarterback with this first pick of the second round, getting either Cyrus Jive, as was already stated earlier, or maybe possibly somebody that we haven't spoken about, and getting Gene Struthers from Annapolis off the board here with this next pick. Could be a pick that could come off the board here with this next one. But overall on the first round, a lot more offensive linemen were taken in that first round than I was expecting. But a lot of these teams valued offensive linemen a lot higher in one of those offensive linemen a lot more in the first round, and thought they could wait till later rounds to get more of the high value players. And the part that really surprised me the most is, and I think we can't stress this enough, is how many high value wide receivers there are still on the board now here in the second round. And we'll have to see how many of those come off here in the second round and later.
Good thought to that, as well as the running backs that are still available as well. Definitely get at us at the on the Twitter at Simulationfl. What I want to see from you guys over in chat is your best collection of TV appropriate memes, and the winning meme gets points that don't exist and the game doesn't matter, but it's fun anyway. And your tweet can show up to my left. The pick for Portland is the first pick of the second round of the rookie draft in season 19, and Cameron has it for us right now.
You're really testing how responsible our teams can be. With the 29th pick in the SFL season 19 rookie draft, Curtis is fired. The Portland Fleet select Joey Robb, kicker. 30th pick is San Diego. You're on the clock.
Joey Robb, one of the two remaining kickers off of the board now, as we get the second round underway with a kicker selection. They don't go quarterback here, so I guess they're planning on their quarterback option to be available later on, Mike.
Yeah, and that is a position you can wait on. I'm surprised it was Rob though. He's a great kicker. Don't get me wrong, I like him. But I had him as my number 3 kicker, so I'm surprised they went with him and instead of Richards. But he's going to do great up in Portland. Whenever Ezekiel Love isn't punching it into the end zone, he's going to get him in a real good position to kick those field goals.
I like it. I like it. They pick at 52 later on in this particular round, Nate, as we touch base on where they go from here, or what they've done here with their kicker selection, and where potentially San Diego could go with the second pick of the round.
Yeah, so that's one more kicker off the board now, and it leaves only one kicker left, and we've already seen a few teams that are still in need of a kicker. We know Motor City here in a few slots here at number 35. We talked about them at number 26 and how they were still in need of a kicker. So they're probably sweating right now, hoping that that last kicker is still there in the next 8 slots. So we'll have to see if that indeed happens for Colin Northrup and company here in the next 8 spots or so.
That was Caleb. What's his name? I can't remember the last name now.
Richards, Caleb Richards.
Caleb Richards.
Yep.
Yeah, Caleb
Yeah,
Richards.
so that's
Yes.
the last remaining kicker that's on the board right now from the SFLM rosters. And Justin, Portland makes the selection here. San Diego, do you have a thought of where they may go?
Yeah, I'm thinking probably maybe D-line here, if that's a possibility. If they still have one more guy on the line that they need, or or surprise us with something that we didn't expect here.
Interesting. Okay, we'll see if they go that way. And then Garrison, I want to lean on you for your mock draft and see where you think they go for a second pick of the second round.
This is where I had Brickashaw going to them, but they picked him up in the first round. And I was thinking maybe, defensive line has got to be a spot here. Still got some quality outside linebackers there. So I'm thinking maybe defensive line here.
That very well could be the defensive line. So Justin and Garrison are thinking defensive line on this. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. We didn't really touch base a lot on where San Diego could go. We talked more about Portland than not. Give me your San Diego thoughts.
So yeah, I would really love to see them pick up their running back now. Could be Baloo Scott. She seems like a real wonderful lady and would fit in well there. But I'm rooting for my guy Logan Lee to end up there. I'd like to see him go there and have a real successful career out in the nice, sunny, warm weather of San Diego.
He's got a decent build under him. The speed on Logan Lee is one of those that probably he doesn't always have the breakaway speed that he needs, and he's been chased down on a couple of occasions. But that's something they can definitely work on developing with him. So I'd like to see him go there as well, knowing what I know about that Lincoln roster. That being said, the pick is in for the Mavericks. Let's see where they go with their round 2 selection.
With the 30th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the San Diego Mavericks select Kratos Maximus, defensive end. Fort Worth, you're on the clock with the 31st pick.
Okay, so Justin and Garrison, credit to both of you for the pick on the defensive line, as Kratos Maximus gets taken off of the board. And I'll touch base with you first, Justin. You originally called defensive line for this roster. What were you seeing, and then what do you think Kratos can bring to that?
Yeah, I think Kratos can bring a lot of danger out here. Hopefully he doesn't sack Joe Green when we see him later in the season. But Kratos Maximus, I called I think a couple of Lincoln games. He was really good on that defensive line for Lincoln. So now he comes to San Diego with a good build for Hammer and the rest of those guys to work on in San Diego.
And Garrison, I'll get to you in a second, but I want to talk with Mike All because this was your guy and really you know him better than anybody else in the panel. His spot in San Diego is now secured. What do you think he brings to the table?
Oh yeah, he's going to bring a lot of quarterback pressure to the table out there. He's very good at breaking through that offensive line and finding his way to the backfield. Sort of like a former Lincoln defensive end that might be on the panel currently. He's going to do a lot of good out there.
I like it. I like it. Let's go back to Garrison Blue. You had thought about defensive line just like Justin had. What is your thinking with them? And also, let's start looking towards Fort Worth and seeing what they're going to do.
Defensive end was defensive line was my pick. Kratos is massive, good high value. Is going to add a lot of strength to that line, room to grow. They're going to need more help there. They need to fill all four positions. So I would look for them to possibly go back to that position in their next pick. Fort Worth here, looking at them, a fourth wide receiver's possibility. They had already, they went offensive line first. Outside linebacker is a position of need. So I'm looking, I had them picking outside linebacker in the first round. They went O-line instead. So possibly outside linebacker here in the second round.
For those of you that were looking to my left while Garrison was speaking there, just got a shot of Cam shaking his head at the Twitter feed that just popped up. That's amazing. The Garrison, I like it. Yeah, good call with the defensive line, and I like what you're thinking with the Toros. Now, Mike, the Toros, where you think they go? Are you in agreement?
Yeah, I think we get another back-to-back Lincoln Rattlesnakes here, and they pick up Sabo Kanan and lock up that linebacker position with another very strong player out there in the middle of the field.
All right, well, let's see who's going down to Texas. Fort Worth is no longer on the clock. Their pick is in Cam's hands. Cam, take it away. When you're ready, of course.
To answer Chili Pepper 28 from the chat, yes, every person being selected in the draft tonight is controlled by a real person. And the 31st pick in the season 19 SFL rookie draft found us through one of our newest partners, Rare Drop, Remington James, free safety. Your 32nd pick, that is Queen City. You're on the clock.
Fair enough. Four-time champs on the clock. Remington James is on the board, is off the board now, as he goes down to Fort Worth. And I like this one quite a bit. Clearing up the secondary a little bit. Not a bad selection at 32, Garrison.
Let's see. Not a bad selection there. I was really thinking outside linebacker again. Kanan, I thought was going to be the pick. I had them picking him in the first round. I don't want to take anything away from Remington because it is a good pick. He is a good free safety, good value pick there. Just didn't see that one being a need at that point.
Yeah, you take a look. You just got a good shot of Remington there as he comes off the board and goes to Fort Worth. Pretty excited about his selection, as he should be. And then touch base with Nate, who's coming back here as you have a full pick under your belt since you got back. Your thoughts on Fort Worth's pick and then where Queen City could go with their second round selection?
Yeah, I think we got a understanding of where the Toros are going to go with their defense philosophy, because that free safety pick now gives them a 6th defensive back, so they're pretty much going to go a dime look, I think, for the most part, with their defensive scheme. Looks like for the for the majority of their or it gives them a chance to do more dime looks for their upcoming season with that 2nd free safety pick. So I like it. A good pick out of them in Fort Worth. So looking forward to seeing how they fare against us in season 19. I know Garrison is doing chopping at the bit to see what they do against us as well
Yeah.
in that South Division. As far as Queen City, they still got those openings for outside linebacker. They have an opening for defensive end. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I need to go back and look and see what they picked in that first round. Excuse me, as I look really quick.
Oh, you're good. You are absolutely fine.
Cornerback. So yeah, that first round they picked cornerback Amar Bryant Jr., which was kind of a surprise pick for me. They gave him a third cornerback position. So that'll give him a nickel look, but they still do need that outside linebacker position. So in order to get that covered, I think right here is where we see maybe a Sabo Kanan, excuse me, or a Matthew Alvarado taken off the board.
Okay, so they could go linebacker here. That'd be a decent thought for them. Mike, you in agreement on Queen City?
Yeah, so real quick, I just want to say I love the synergy between Rare Drop and us and getting James over there. But let me just lean forward here. Tom, take Sabo Kanan, please.
I'm in agreement with that.
I'm shocked at how close Mike all just got to my face, but I'm not uncomfortable by it. Just kind of putting that out there.
I do things to him.
So pick is in. Queen City has made their selection. Do they listen to Mike All and to Garrison Blue, or do they go their own way? Let's find out. Cameron Irvine, go for it.
With the 32nd pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Queen City Corsairs select Matthew Alvarado, outside linebacker. Your 33rd pick, that's Atlanta. Stitch, you're on the clock.
There you go. I like it. Stitch is back on the clock. Let's go. Mike Hall, you got real close to me right there. I think this is the pick, right?
Yeah, Matthew Alvarado would be an equal choice there with Sabo, and you can't go wrong with either one of those guys. They're going to be out there shutting down the running back, beating up the tight end. These guys are perfect middle of the field linebackers.
I like Garrison. You had some agreement with the Sabo thought process. You okay with the Alvarado picture?
Oh, I'm very much so. Alvarado is another good value, active, is going to be productive in this league. I think it was a good pick. I'm a big fan of Sabo, though. I'm a Sobo. I was wanting him to get picked. He's going to get picked eventually, and whoever gets him is not going to be disappointed.
Fair enough. So Queen City is no longer out there. It is Atlanta and Stitch in the chair as we may get a cam view of that if that is still available. But either way, the Swarmer on the clock. I want to touch base with Justin on the Queen City pick, as well as the there you go, Bryant Dynasty in the Rey Mysterio mask. That's nice. Yep, I like it. Justin, your thought process on Queen City and then now Atlanta.
I think the Alvarado move was good. He was still on the board. It was just, time for him to get off the board for that. And Queen City made the right decision there, waiting for, I guess they want to get their quarterback later in this round. And then now with Atlanta, you got to go maybe 2 tight ends set here with Dynasty at quarterback. Oh my God, Brian, with your mask, Jesus Louise, bro.
I can't with him sometimes. I think he's mad at us now for unveiling who is underneath the mask. Maybe that's what that is. But yeah, okay. And then Nate, your thoughts on Queen City and now Atlanta.
Queen City, I like the pick for sure. Definitely getting
No, don't chew on the shoe.
getting that pick off the board. Definitely the right choice. Glad we got that on air.
Tonight.
Glad we got that on air. But be that as it may, Uh, Atlanta still has a opening for a defensive end on their roster. And that being said, I think their next pick needs to go for either Neil Rivers or Mike Mello out of Madison.
Okay, fair
Neil
enough.
Rivers off the
Garrison,
board, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Is he
Yeah.
okay? So Mike Mello out of Madison. That's my next pick.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Garrison is talking to his dog. I assume he might also be talking to Bryant Dynasty, who's in the mask and having.
I'm sorry about that. I thought I was muted. I've got
you're good. Never trust the mute button, my friend. Never trust the mute button.
my new puppy was chewing on one of
Swarm's still picking as we see, get a chance to see who their selection is going to be. They have one more pick in this second round as well, and that is the last pick in the draft through round 2 anyway. Rounds 3 and 4 take place tomorrow, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. here, very much on the SFL YouTube channel. So mark your calendars for that. But the Atlanta, this is the first of 2 this round. So even if they decide to take a riskier play here, I'm not sure who they would maybe put in that category. They can maybe take a safer pick and as the last pick of the draft. Open floor.
I think tight end or defensive end is the way to go here. One of the ends.
Okay.
Is where they should be looking.
Yeah, I've got them going D end here, and then their last pick picking a tight end in my mock. But they could go tight end here. They could flip it. But I'm thinking Rocco Rossi here.
So very good. And Justin, Nate, anything to add?
Yeah, either that, like you said, Garrison, they do that or flip the script here, go to tight end later, get the defensive end.
Or they could go offensive lineman because they don't have one rostered yet.
Except for the one they picked in the first round. But good try, Nate.
It doesn't matter. They still could get a second one.
Glorious thought. Glorious thought.
Glorious
We'll
thought.
see.
Exactly.
The pick is in. Let's see who Atlanta decides to go with. It's Cameron Irvine with the selection.
You guys tonight. Wow. Pick with the 33rd pick of the SFL Season 19 Rookie Draft, the Atlanta Swarm select Anthony Bonnar, defensive end. The 34th selection, that's Houston. You're on the clock.
All right. So Anthony Bonnar off the board, defensive end. So the ends were the thought process and had the consensus amongst pretty much everybody, except for Nate, who really wanted to take a second offensive lineman, and that's okay. We can't all be right sometimes. Garrison, let's touch base with you, and then we'll let Nate try to redeem himself.
Oh, good pick. It's a defensive end. It feels a need. It's a good value pick. He did well for Madison. I believe he was around the 56, 57 in value. So room to grow, and Atlanta does a good job with their players. So it's a good pick.
Okay, fair enough. And then Nate, let's see you try to crawl your way out of this one.
No, I definitely agree with this pick. I did agree that they needed that defensive end. I didn't know if they would go for it here or wait till later, but I do agree that they made the right choice in getting it here instead of waiting. So we'll just have to see what they do with that last pick in this round. So, yeah, we'll see what they do.
Okay. Well, Houston, you take a look there. Mike St. Green's going to come in the back at any point there and just mess with DR Sim. I can feel it. The Menors right there, as well as we take a look at Houston's selection at 34. And holes to fill. They're not in the worst position, Mike, but they are definitely still in a position to be able to draft some talent.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely room to grow there. And I believe it was Peace that they got in the first round.
Yes.
Looking at their roster here, they're looking really solid defensively. Still a big fan of their kicker. Sonny J came out of Salt Lake City. Good for you, buddy. Talon Steele, great friend of mine. He's going to do really well there for them. But I think maybe they try and reach out and get a second guy to help shore up that blocking for the run game for GP Wells. GP Wells just an amazing running back, one of the four horsemen. And,
Yeah.
you want him to be successful. You get him as much blocking and help as you can. So I'm thinking they're going to go second tight end here. Um, boy, I'm blanking on who's still left at tight end. I'm just going to leave it at tight end. Then how's that? They're
That
going
sounds
tight
good to
end.
me. That sounds good to me. The thought process with Houston has always been if their running game is going, then their everything else is going as well. So definitely want to see if they can get their run game up to their elevation, up to their value that they could see it at. But Justin, let's touch base on Houston, and actually let's touch base after Houston because their selection is in. Let's go back to Commissioner Irvine with that selection whenever you are ready, sir.
With the 34th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Houston Headhunters select John McCool, fullback. 35th pick, that is Motor City. You are on the clock.
So, Justin, I'll go to you in a second. Mike, you talked about blocking for the running back. This still falls under that equation. McCool, a decent selection at the fullback spot, you think?
Oh yeah, McCool's a great guy, and he's going to fit right in there. And how can you go wrong when you got somebody so McCool like that? You know.
I like it, Justin.
Yeah, that's a good pick by Houston. You got to have somebody blocking for what's it, GP Wells there in Houston, correct? Yeah, you got to have somebody blocking for him, and John McCool's like the right pick because he was blocking for Logan Lee, so now he's going to be blocking for GP Wells.
Yeah, it's a good pick. It's a good pick as far as that goes. And let's go to Garrison. Garrison, the thought process for Houston is show up the blocking, and then you have Motor City that's next up, and we talked about them at length on their last pick. So I want to touch base with where your thought process is.
All right. The fullback was a good selection. I saw it as a position of need for Houston. I wasn't thinking McCool. McCool's one of those, you have a few guys and girls that are in the league that don't say a whole lot, but they're in communication with a few teams. And John McCool might be one of those guys. He was vocal in our locker room. So I did know a little vocal in our locker room. So I did know a little bit about him. So I'm not surprised with this pick here. It's a good pick, good value pick. He is the middle of the pack as far as value, but it's a good job of Houston of trying to get somebody that could help block and maybe catch the ball out of the backfield.
Very good. And let's go to Nate. Haven't heard from you in a little while. Houston's pick, decent. I think it was the consensus there. But then let's talk a little bit about Motor City. And potentially we talked about them taking a quarterback this round.
Actually, they do have a quarterback rostered named Ibrahim Krieta.
That's right. Yep.
So they don't go quarterback here. I know Liam said something in the chat about getting a quarterback. They do have one on their roster. Not a name we recognize, so I'm not sure where they got him from or where.
I think if I remember correctly, I'd heard that is an owner player. I need to confirm
Gotcha.
that.
It is.
But but that's
Gotcha.
the thought process there, I think.
Gotcha. All right. So be that as it may, they do have a rostered quarterback. So I think this is where they have to get that last kicker off the board. There's only one left on the draft board, Caleb Richards. And Caleb Richards this is where he's going to get taken right here off the board. They cannot wait and let somebody else take him.
Okay. You in agreement, Mike, or are you thinking they go somewhere else?
No, so 2 seasons ago in Jacksonville, we ran a generic kicker, and it didn't go well for us. So if they're smart over there, they will grab this last kicker on the board and make sure they can get those points on the board.
Okay. Garrison, Justin, anything to add before we get to the pick?
Well, I was just going to say with the drafting a third tight end, I don't think 3 wide receivers is a must. So I'm in agreement with the kicker. It could be their running back here, but they can come get him at pick 49.
They have another one to go before the end of the night. So, all right, well, their pick is here. So let's go ahead and get it over to Commissioner Irvine with that selection whenever you are ready, sir.
With the 35th pick in the SFL Season 19 Rookie Draft, the Motor City V8 select Sabo Kanan, outside linebacker. 36th pick, that is Denver. You are on the clock.
So instead of going with their running back, instead of going with a third wide receiver, they decided to shore up the second level. Not a bad way to go, Mike. Sabo Kanan, I know you're high on this guy as far as the ability, as far as the potential. Talk to us a little bit about him and what the V8s are getting.
He's a real great locker room guy. Real positive. Roots for everybody on the team. Sabo, I'm glad to see you taken. I do not look forward to facing you. But they got themselves a really good guy here. I hope this gamble pays off for them, because that generic kicker leaves something to be wanted, and I hope Richards falls to them, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, you got a couple of teams between now and their last pick of the day that very well could end up with a kicker. Garrison, you in agreement with that? That this spot is a gamble?
Wouldn't call it a gamble. He is a talented player. He is he's going to be great in the locker room. A guy that I thought was going to go earlier. There's still a chance that they can get their kicker in this round. He might still be there, but they did fill a position of need with a high value athlete and a good quality person that's gonna represent Motor City well.
Fair enough. Nate, touching base with you, your thoughts on Motor City, and then we want to talk a little bit about the next pick, which is Denver.
I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for Motor City the rest of this entire round, that they get their kicker for the rest, or towards the end of this round.
Yep.
Because I know that Andy and Prococo can tell you that generic kickers don't work out as well as signed contracted kickers would.
Yep.
Because I can't tell you how many times I was on their roster for Vancouver and they were punting from the 30-yard line instead of kicking field goals. So yes, Motor City, I have my fingers crossed for you that you get your kicker later this round. But be that as it may, I am happy for you, Sabo Kanan, because I knew I saw you playing in the minor leagues. I knew you were wrecking offenses all over the place, pass deflecting, those thrown balls that were thrown your way all over the place. Like all, I do not, I don't envy you one bit. So good luck with that in season 19.
Have fun. Open floor. Let's talk about the Denver pick at 36. Actually, let's talk about that after their pick is announced, because their pick is here. Jeremy Vega has made his selection. Cam has it. And let's let him get set up and ready to announce it.
With the 36th pick in the SFL Season 19 Rookie Draft, the Denver Nightwings select TJ Frosty, free safety. Pick 37, Las Vegas. You're on the clock.
Good pick here at free safety. And let's pick on Mike. We definitely have seen a decent bit of him in the SFL.
Yeah, TJ Frosty is a really good pick. He's going to fit in really well with Jeremy Vega and company over there. And what better name to have being up in the mountaintops than Frosty, right? He's gonna make that backfield even more exciting with Josh Neal that they picked up in the first round.
Very good, a young and a youthful group in the backfield for the Denver Nightwings. And Justin, let's go to you. Frosty's pick here, a decent one for Denver, and then looking ahead to... Actually, let's not have you talk about Vegas. We'll talk about Denver first.
Oh, good pick by Denver to choose CJ Frosty to get a defensive back there. That definitely was a need for Denver.
Okay, Fair enough. Garrison, let's have you talk about more Vegas related things and your reaction to the Denver pick.
Good pick by Denver. Needed that position. They picked the two positions that I said they were going to pick, but they just flip flopped them, according to my mock. But they did a good job of filling them with good, high quality value. Now, as far as Las Vegas goes, they filled a need at defensive line with their first pick. They've got a spot possibly for a fourth wide receiver or second tight end. As far as defense goes, I think they're pretty set there on defense and special teams. So I'm thinking offensive side of the ball here.
Okay, fair enough. And we'll get your video back here in a fairly short order. Not sure what's up with that, but I know Kim's working on it. Nate, your touch base on the Denver pick and also where you think Vegas goes. They have no more picks in this second round, so this is it for them. Where do you think they go?
I could see them going a third cornerback, maybe possibly here in the second round. We've seen a couple of teams already do that where they get a sixth defensive back. They could do that here. Maybe pick up a Dion Lane Barney out of Lexington or a Frankie Lynn Custer out of Lincoln. So they could do that and get that out of the way. They do have an opening on the defensive. Actually, no, they already picked that up. I lied. So not going to make the same mistake twice. So yeah, we're going to leave it at that and just leave it at the 6 DB.
Okay. So yeah, that's the thought there for Vegas. And then Mike, the only other person who's not touched on Vegas at all. You thinking what Nate's thinking, or you think it's something different?
Well, if I was Justin Reside, and I'm clearly not because he's that dude in that other corner, I would go with another tight end here. And guys like Mo Jones or Lachlan Martin's still out there. If I were him, if I were you, right down there, I would take one of those two.
I like it. I like it. So decisions being made in the Vegas side, but I believe that decision has officially been made. So we'll talk to Justin first. When we come back, it'll be Cameron Irvine announcing the Vegas selection as we come in.
A little throwback Hoobastank to If I Were You. With the 37th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Las Vegas Fury select Willie Taver Jr., wide receiver. 38th pick is Florida. You're on the clock.
All right, so Taver Jr. off the board. They go wide receiver instead of tight end. Interesting decision making there. Justin, I want to touch base with you first, and we'll get to the rest of the panel. Your guys' thoughts on the Taver selection.
Well, this was a decision that we had issue with the our first our number one tight end Scott Fowle was unable to sign with us, so we made a kind of decision to go with a 4 wide receiver set with him out of the picture. So that's pretty much why we chose Taver Jr. as a wide receiver.
Okay. Fair enough. And it could be different ways to get him in the fold, get the ball in his hands. So I like the thought process there. You were thinking tight end, not too far away from that position, Michael. They go instead to a wide receiver.
No, yeah, Willie's going to be a great weapon there for them. He's got good hands, nice speed, and solid route running. He's going to be in one of the wide receivers of the future for them.
I like it. I like it. The next step is going to be Florida. That's the next pick on the board as well. But talk to me about Taver Jr., Nate, and what he brings.
Yeah, Taver Jr. just great ability to run his routes. Great cutting ability to run those out routes towards the sidelines. Anywhere he went, he was usually open. He had great breakaway speed too whenever he caught the ball. So he's going to bring a lot to the table when he goes over to Las Vegas. So look forward to seeing what he does for the Fury in season 19. The Storm in the first round, they went second tight end. but they still have that opening for a defensive tackle. And I think this is where they go either Neil Rivers. I'm sorry, that was already picked. Thanks, Justin. Mike Mello. Mike Mello is where they go here with this pick.
Okay, so Mike Mello is your thought process, and then I want to touch base with Garrison before Florida's pick comes in. Your thoughts on Florida? If you want to touch base on the previous pick, you're welcome to do that.
Oh, I like Willie. He's in our locker room. He's going. That's a good value pick there for them. I was thinking third wide receiver, fourth wide receiver, second tight end. Vegas likes to run. Spread the ball out a little bit. They got two talented, high value receivers there, and Willie's going to find some ways somehow to catch some balls there if he can. As far as Florida goes, defensive tackle, I'm with Nate there. I was thinking Rocco Rossi or Mike Mello can slide in and play defensive tackle and fill a need that Florida has to take care of. One thing I want to say too is when you start doing these mocks, you have to think also about not only activity and value and all that stuff, but what the cap space is for these teams. So that also plays into effect on who they can pick. You might think, well, this guy was a higher value, but cap space wise, they have to go with a different guy to fit in.
May very well be the reason why players like Jordan Sipe still out there, Tita Queen still out there, and others in the skill position. So that makes sense. Florida's pick is in, and we get it over to Cameron Irvine for that selection.
I'm going to try really hard on this one, guys. With the 38th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Florida Storm select Caden Poirier, offensive tackle, converting from defensive line. Mexico City's on the clock with the 39th selection.
Okay, I think that's Caden Poirier. If that is indeed the case, either way, the selection is made, and defensive tackle was the right call. And a number of you were thinking defensive tackle, and touch base with the Garrison first.
Converted defensive tackle to offensive line. So again, that's another thing that you don't really think about that much, but that's twice it's happened already. Teams wanting offensive line, defensive linemen willing to make the switch over, and all that stuff. So Caden, good person, active in chat, and Florida's got him a good quality player.
Yeah, Aztecs on the clock now. It's interesting you say that because ultimately you go from really a stat position at the defensive tackle position where you can really hunt the quarterback and get your tackles for loss and get your tackles. And then you go to the offensive tackle position where basically you're looking for pancakes. And that's basically it. And you protect the quarterback and keep him on his feet. You protect the running back, keep him on his feet. That's tough to sell. But we've seen it a couple times in this draft. Michael, how difficult in your position have you had to convince somebody to do that?
Yeah, so a couple seasons back, when we only had a couple of defensive tackles sitting on the board, I got Robert Cron to switch over to offensive line. And it worked out well because I ended up running 4 offensive linemen that season. That was the draft where I owned everybody on the draft panel that day. That was a great time. But anyways, you got to find somebody with that mentality that it doesn't matter where in the trenches they are, as long as their hand is in the dirt, they're happy.
Fair enough. Nate, your thought process on this move, the conversion is a good one, and then Mexico City up after this.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of which side of the line, he's going to play on, because they have 2 guards signed. So it's really a decision of which side of the line he's going to protect, the left or right. So I guess it's up to them, but we'll have to see when that time comes. But I do like the pick. I thought they would go defense, but I guess they decided to convert him to offense. So we'll see when the season comes around. However, when as far as Mexico City is concerned, they picked that defensive end spot the first round. They still do have that spot open for the fullback. I thought they were going to take the fullback in the first round, so I'm going to push that back and say I think they're going to take that spot here in the second round and pick Azami Mihata.
Zami Mahata is off the board.
Must have been while I was gone.
That
Okay,
very well
then.
could have been.
Scott Powell then.
Okay, fair enough. So that'll be the thought right now. They go potentially that way. We've got the chance to look at Bryant Dynasty, 18 picks ahead of where his team picks next. As he's playing, hey, I'm Rey Mysterio. Hey, I'm not Rey Mysterio. Hey, I'm Bryant Dynasty. Hey, I might be. I don't know. Either way,
I just wanted to point out that Dynasty's never in a room that doesn't have wind blowing in it. I just thought that was fascinating.
I wonder how much he pays his fan people to just follow him around.
It's got to be
Follow
millions.
Yeah. Well beyond the salary cap. You should probably look into that, Cam. That said, Garrison, let's touch base on past and future picks.
As far as Mexico City goes, a position of needs outside linebacker, and you've got Matthias Citrion is sitting out there. Rachel Minner, I know they're inside, but they could move outside. Four-Raker, Garrett Evans, they're all possibilities there. Timothy Conley is another one. So I'm thinking outside linebacker here for Mexico City. As far as Florida goes and their pick, like I said earlier, it's hard to get a defensive lineman to convert over to O-line, but some of these guys are willing to do whatever it takes to get drafted and get on the field. I mean, I played when I was in the minors that first season of SFLM. I was a cornerback, and there was a ton of cornerbacks out there, and I got the opportunity to be picked as a tight end, and I took it, and I've loved every minute of it. So some of these players will convert just so they can get drafted and get into the pro level.
So as we get into this Mexico City pick, how far down the board now do we see some of these remaining quarterbacks drop? Jordan Sipe is in the chat. He's growing a little impatient. He's still patient, but he's you can see a little bit of frustration brewing on with him. Just open floor to anybody who wants to answer it. The where do you think that drop stops? Not just Sipe, but with quarterbacks in general.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would say the two teams that need quarterbacks are still. I mean, one's picking right after Mexico City, so and Portland's picking. Portland's picking later.
Yep.
So the possibility of one of them still being picked here in the second round is there. But then, there's always tomorrow as well. Again, they're in no hurry. Those are the only two teams that need a quarterback, and there's about 3 or 4 good ones out there. They're in no hurry to pick a quarterback now, and they're going to try to fill other holes here.
I have a follow-up question when we have time, but right now Mexico City's pick is in. Let's go ahead and bring in Cam Irvine for that selection.
Dynasty in the chat saying, wait till you see the fan budget for Vegas. He has to now walk in with those showgirls with the feather leaves, that walk in. If he doesn't do that, it's a disappointment. With the 39th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Mexico City Aztecs select Terrell Cooper, wide receiver. 40th selection is Jacksonville. You're on the clock.
So the Kings are on the clock, and I kind of want to. I wish I was going to convention this year just to see Dynasty show up like that. That'd be great. At the same point, we have a selection for Mexico City. It's a good one with Terrell Cooper. Let's talk about the Aztecs and their thought process as they add a wide receiver to the roster instead of going another way. And Mike, I'll pick on you.
If I was a wide receiver, one of the guys I'd want throwing to me is the greatest quarterback in SFL history, Matt Wilson. Why not? So it's a good call for both sides. The rookie benefits and the team benefits. So it's a win-win situation right there.
I like it. The thought process on that set would be Matt Wilson has made great wide receivers out of a lot of names on that team. Some people that are no longer with that team. Richard Montague. Let's go back in time and grab that name out of a hat. He was one of the primary targets for Matt Wilson for many seasons. Let's talk to Nate. Mexico City makes that selection, and then we talk about one of the teams who needs a quarterback in Jacksonville.
Yeah, definitely a good pick that was previously made. Just as if Matt Wilson needs another target. I'm sure it's going to give
Mike
us.
Daggs is displeased.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. It's going to give us in Lone Star a lot of nightmares, but we'll be ready, I'm sure. Anyways, just picturing Albert's reaction right now, but be that as it may. As far as Jacksonville's next pick, do they go quarterback here? I don't know. They still only have 2 wide receivers on their roster. I can see them taking a wide receiver here, and then getting quarterback later. There's plenty of both to choose from. They could value a wide receiver higher and take the quarterback later. Can definitely see them doing that. So I'd say take a wide receiver here in this round or in this spot.
Do the Kings stick with royalty and get their queen with Tita Queen?
Or
I like it.
Or a king and King the Fourth.
That's a thought too.
Like it. Good thoughts.
Yeah, I like it. Garrison, you want to follow up on that?
Good thoughts on those two. Again, Jay Viper's still sitting out there as well, but there's a lot of them available. They can wait and get that. They've got like 2-3 more picks. Defensive tackle is another need here as well. So I think they went free safety first round, and so they could possibly go defensive tackle here.
Justin, we'll check in with you after the pick is announced. Cam has that pick for the Jacksonville Kings.
With the 40th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select Jordan Sipe, quarterback.
Ooh, okay.
41st pick is next. That is DC. You are on the clock.
Congrats to Jordan Sipe, who's been active in the chat all night long as Jacksonville gets their QB of the future. And this is a really, really good option at the signal caller position. Justin, we'll talk to you.
Yeah, I've done a lot of San Jose games, and this Jordan Sipe guy was thrown everywhere. Like half the time he was throwing to Jay Viper or Terrell Cooper 90% of the time, and I just love this quarterback. He's a great fit for Jacksonville. Could be a Marcus Dunhill of the future, maybe.
Yeah, possibly. I like what he brings to the table. We'll talk to you, Nate. This guy can make all of the throws, no matter what you need him to do. And if he locks onto a primary target like he did to Viper, then look out.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people knocked on his size a little bit. As far as could he make the throws? Could he not? I think you saw the proof right there in those highlight reels that you just saw that he can definitely make all of the throws that he's asked to make. And he's got Jared Willis still back there at running back, and they're one of those teams that loves to swing it out on those swing routes to the halfback. So you don't really need height as far as stature goes to just toss it out there in the flats to Jared Willis and have him make people miss all day. Look for them to do a lot of that, I think, maybe in their game planning as well, to make Sipe comfortable back there in his first year in Jacksonville.
Let's paint the situation for you. And it's first play of the game. Jordan Sipe gets it out to the flat to Jared Willis. He breaks the tackle and goes for 25 yards. What does the stat book look like for the new rookie Jordan Sipe? 1-for-1, 25 yards. Right. That's the power of the swing routes. If you can make them work in your game plan, you can really move downfield if you have a game breaker back there. And
absolutely.
Mike, I'd like to follow up on that with you.
Yeah, I happen to know for a fact that they're very high on Jordan Sipe over there, and I know they're celebrating in that front office right now, having gotten the QB of the future,
Mhm.
and who was it mentioned Marcus Dunhill of the future? I'm thinking it's the Christian Christensen of the past right now
Yeah.
that they got for themselves. He's a good guy, and he's going to really fit in well with them. He's going to have all the same tools that Frank likes to use, and going to do really well over there.
Okay, well, we'll get to Garrison after the DC pick is announced, as they are ready to go. Their pick was in rather quickly. DC is up with their pick at 41, and Cam has it. Let's go to him.
With the 41st pick of the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the DC Dragons select Craig Westlake, tight end. The 42nd selection is Tulsa. You're on the clock.
All right, so here come the Oklahomans with their 42nd selection. But Garrison, if you want to touch back on the Jacksonville pick, you can, as well as the DC pick. You have your choice.
Oh, I'm going to talk about Jordan Sipe. I'm a big Jordan Sipe fan, and I'm glad he got picked. Him and I have communicated a bunch here the past few weeks, and he was asking my opinion on stuff, and I was giving him how the draft works and all that, and I was telling him to be patient and everything. This guy's going to be a good quarterback. He was well groomed in the minors.
Speaking of well groomed,
and the dog looks good too.
Well, and he's going to do very well, and he's going to bring a lot of value, not only in the locker room and on the field, but outside. He's willing to learn and do things for the team that he got drafted by, and Jacksonville has got a pretty good guy right here. Now, DC Dragons, I had them picking a tight end here, but he was gone already, so they go with Craig Westlake, another good pick, another guy that's active and a good value. It's good to see those tight ends go.
Fair enough. What is your thoughts on DC's pick, Westlake?
You talking to me still?
Yes, still talking to you. Yep.
Oh yeah, okay. I like Westlake. Like I said, he's a high quality guy, active in chat, good value and room to grow. And he's going to be that second tight end, and he'll have time to mature as far as value goes, and be very valuable to that offensive line and help in the run game, and also can do things in the passing game out of that two tight end set.
Okay. That took longer than anticipated, but that's okay. Justin, lightning round. Give me your DC thoughts and then your Tulsa thoughts for this pick.
Yeah, I think that was a good move by DC to get their extra tight end there. To get a tight end behind Percoco and all that stuff. So pretty much a safe deal to go with that pick. And now Tulsa is like, I don't know where they go. It's like their needs are like slim, kind of. They already got I think they got their linebacker earlier, so it's pretty much what you can get here in value, pretty much for this pick for Tulsa.
Okay, fair enough. Nate, anything to add to the Tulsa and DC conversation?
Yeah, as far as Tulsa's pick coming up here, I still have yet to see Mike Mello come off the board. Robert, actually, before I say that, let me double check. I don't think Robert Vale's come off the board yet. Maybe if you're looking for a lower value, depending on how much value you have left, maybe Buster Bronx from Ottawa comes off the board here. Just a few names to throw out there, but I think it's the defensive tackle coming off the board here for Tulsa.
Yep. And then Michael.
Good pick for DC. It's a real blank slate to work with. He came to the game a little late, but Tulsa, I'm thinking they're going to pick a nickelback here, and I'm thinking they're going with Rick Evans. He would fit in really well. Travis Arthur, the starting free safety, he would slot in real nicely right behind him. Real similar in value. Really good player on the field and in the locker room. I think Rick Evans would be a really good fit here.
Okay. Well, we have our selections made as far as the panel goes. Let's see what Tulsa has in store for us here with the 42nd selection. Cam, take it away.
With the 42nd pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Tulsa Desperados select Mike Mello, defensive tackle. Pick number 43, London. You're way past your bedtime.
They are indeed on the clock. It may be the alarm clock at this point, but they are on the clock. And Mark and it's Mike Mello who gets taken off the board. And I'll start this time with you, Mike All. Talk to me a little bit about the defensive tackle going to Tulsa.
I mean, it's a really good pickup. He brings a lot of value. Obviously, good pedigree there with the Mellow name. He just slides over one step to the side and fills in at that defensive tackle spot, and I know he'll do really well there.
Yep, and same question to you, Nate. Defensive tackle spot. There was a spot of need for them. Where do you think, or do you like this pick as far as value goes?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I kind of figured I chose him to go defensive tackle here. I even mentioned Mike Mello as far as him getting picked to go here. I liked what he brought to the table. Called a lot of Madison's games in the minor leagues. He was a beast as far as getting around offensive linemen in the minor leagues. I know Tulsa looks for that kind of pedigree when it comes to defensive linemen. Dion is going to be really pleased and happy with that pick that they just got here in the second round.
Live shot to Liam Crowder sleeping in his chair in 3 seconds. Not sure if that's a thing or not, but Garrison, let's touch base with you and then Justin about where London goes.
They need to address defensive end. They went O-line in the first round, so I think it's going to be defensive end. You still got Rocco Rossi out there. Greg Ward's another one that they could pick up here and in that position.
Okay, and then Justin, same idea for you?
Yeah, same idea. It's Rossi or somebody else that can be, whatever D line's left on the board there. It's just whatever London's got, they can get.
Yeah. So across the pond, it is roughly around. Let's see. It's about 6 hours ahead in the future, so we're looking at 5 a.m. Eastern time across the pond in England. So yeah, definitely well past their bedtime, as Cam alluded to. But for those London Knights that are still stateside, definitely looking forward to where this pick is going to go. Under the shadow of Big Ben in England, that is where the Knights are at, and see if they can make a selection to get some more success out to that team. Any more thoughts on London? Open floor for anybody who wants it. We also are about halfway through now our second round, and so if anybody has any thoughts with what's left.
Yeah, I would love to give you some thoughts since you didn't ask me about London.
My bad, Mike.
So again, this is the Johnny Pickler show.
Yeah.
My thought is either second tight end or a fourth wide receiver, and Reggio De Niro is still out there with a lot of value. And Johnny 2K or Johnny UK, I'm sorry, Johnny UK. He's all about that money, baby. So he might want that De Niro.
I like it. The other thought would be getting the hashtag pickle show going on in the Discord channel and or Twitter would be excellent. I could think of a certain other person in the league with the last name of Curtis that could probably get that going.
Or do they need another king or queen?
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Bringing another queen over to London.
Monarchy.
Yeah.
I want to stress everybody, please. I don't really want to see Johnny's pickle show.
Oh, jeez! We're hanging on another long-winded thing from Johnny Pickler.
Yep. And it's gone. I'm fired. Bye. Have a good night, everybody. No. Waiting for that to come down from Cam. But okay. So London still waiting or getting their selection in, talking about it as we speak and see that they can get going. London is going right now. Charleston, Sioux Falls, Louisiana, your next 3 picks, and then Vancouver makes their second and final selection in tonight's festivities as we go from there. But the thoughts are, as far as what we've seen, we have seen none of the quarterback. We've seen one quarterback go off the board in this second round. That was Jordan Sight. He went to Jacksonville. We saw Trellis Blanton go at the beginning of the first round. And then as far as that goes, that's been it as far as top tier, maybe not it, but that's been pretty close to it as our top tier skill-based talent. Not a lot of running backs taken. There's been some wide receivers taken, but at lower values, and that may be because of salary cap restraints. But are there any that surprise you that are still here on the board? And this is for anybody.
The king and queen, that surprises me. King and queen.
Yeah.
And
Viper is a surprise.
Viper is another one. Rossi and Citrion. Those are some surprises for me. And Caleb Richards, the kicker.
Yeah, Richards and Logan Lee is definitely surprised to still be here.
Okay.
Those are all surprises for me, but not as surprising as Gronk being the same person as our own Justin Reside, apparently.
I like it. London has made their pick. Their alarm clock went off. They woke up in time to get it in. Let's go ahead and get back to Cam for that selection.
With the 43rd pick in the SFL Season 19 Winter Draft. Winter Draft. I am tired too. You know, this whole pick is full of exhaustion. With the Season 19 Rookie Draft, 43rd pick, the London Knights select Wallace de Moranville Jr. at offensive tackle, or quote, whatever the offensive line position we don't have full yet. They're tired too. That, I believe, is their 5th offensive lineman converting from defensive line. And Charleston is on the clock with their 44th selection.
Liam, you have our hearts, my friend. Go get some sleep. That's awesome. Wallace de Moranville Jr. is the pick for London. And because I didn't talk to you before this pick happened, Mike, let's touch base with you on this pick.
I mean, it's a good call to get a quality person like him to switch over to offensive line and still keep his hand in the dirt, but do good for the quarterback. It's going to come in handy.
Did you pick the winter background just because of that?
Oh no! I mean, I gotta make Cam look right. I don't want Cam to look bad.
That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. All right.
That's Mike always trying to help out.
Yep, absolutely. All the right things. Garrison, let's talk to you about the London pick and then Charleston after they're done.
Offensive line, that's just another surprise for me. I thought when you announced his name, or when Cam announced his name, I thought, well, he's going to be sliding the defensive end. They still got that spot to fill, and they're taking defensive linemen and converting them to offensive linemen. So I'm thinking eventually they're going to be able to fill that spot if they can. But it looks like it's going to be a generic player because I don't think they have another pick.
That would be correct.
So yeah, we're going with 4 offensive linemen and only 3 defensive linemen. So a good person, active value. Again, that all plays into it, fitting into the cap and everything like that. But they need to protect Johnny, and that's what they went into the draft to do. They're going to protect Johnny and keep him upright and get those interceptions down.
I like it. Let's touch base with Justin Reside, who had the smart aleck comment of the moment before the pick was called, and then Cam came out and did his thing. This pick for offensive line is a decent one. I think is a consensus. They've gone all in on protecting Johnny Pickler.
Yeah, I think they definitely gone all protecting Johnny UK over there. Oh man.
Okay, and then Nate, your thoughts on this one, and then Charleston coming up.
Just the diva. Yeah, I can just imagine how the off-season conversations must have went over there in London between Johnny UK and Liam this off-season. just Johnny DMing, sliding in Liam's DM saying, "I need more protection, Liam," and then Liam saying, "Yes, baby, I got you." All right.
Oh
Yes.
no.
Yeah. All right.
Uh,
Yeah. But anyways, moving on to Charleston.
Okay.
I need to get that conversation out of my head and see what was chosen already by Charleston earlier.
I'll tell you what. Let's come back to you after the pick is
Yeah.
announced because it is in.
Yeah.
So let's go to Cam and get that
Offensive
selection
line.
done, and we'll touch base with you afterwards. After that.
Got it.
With the 44th pick in the SFL Season 19, not winter, Mike, draft, the Charleston Predators select Ace Singletary, inside linebacker. Pick 45 is Sioux Falls. You're on the clock.
All right, so Sparrows are on the clock, and Nate, let's continue that conversation now that we know that the inside linebacker Ace Singletary has been taken off the board by Charleston. Sorry.
So I literally mouthed under my breath WTF when I saw that pick of a Singletary. But I'll tell you why. Clearly, Charleston's coaching staff and owners is going with a 4-4 look this season in season 19. Because now they have 4 defensive linemen contracted along with 4 linebackers. They have Eric Hammer, Jack Brown, Kevin Brackett, which Kevin Brackett came over from LA in free agency, and now a Singletary. Congrats to you. You're also part of Charleston's squad. And that being said, they can also not only do 4-4 looks, they can also do 4-3. They can also do nickel because they also have 5 defensive backs with 3 cornerbacks and 2 safeties. So they're pretty stacked on that defense, which is going to cause a lot of headaches for anybody who goes up against them in season 19. So
Yeah,
congrats
definitely.
congrats to Charleston.
Definitely agreed on that. A lot of headaches ensuing facing Charleston's defense because they can give you so many different looks with the looks that they've presented. Touching base, Mike All, with the next pick in the draft. You can touch base on Charleston if you'd like. Sioux Falls. The Sparrows still have a little bit of work to do. They got their quarterback last time out. Marcus Duncan went over there. Running back. Sorry, thank you. Marcus Duncan went over there, and then where do they fill next is going to be the main question.
Sure. Yeah. Let me reach back to Charleston real quick and touch on Ace Singletary, not in a creepy way. I love Ace Singletary. This dude is a great person, has a great mindset. I encourage everybody to reach out and have a conversation with this dude. He's an amazing dude. If I had the room for him, I definitely would have picked this guy. Just an amazing guy. So congratulations, sir. You're on an amazing defense with some really good linebackers to learn from. Getting on to Sioux Falls, it's time to work on that defense. They could certainly switch somebody over from end to tackle, but there's not many pure tackles left. So I'm going to go Louis Negron here, ending up on their defensive line, which, like I said, I know this guy in real life, and they'd benefit from having him there.
Okay, fair enough. Garrison, I'd like to try to go to you about Sioux Falls as well, as we have time, and it looks like we do. Go for it.
Oh, real quick, on my mock, I've got Louis Negron going to him here as a defensive tackle, but you still got Greg Ward, Rocco Rossi sitting out there, so they could be a possibility as well.
After this pick is done, we will have a total of 11 more picks before we are done with round 2 this evening. Anything to add, Justin, to what has been said already in regards to what Sioux Falls may do?
Yeah, I'm thinking, defensive line or get their tight end one like they probably waited for here. And this pick is the pick that they find the tight end that they're looking for.
Okay, we'll see if that is indeed the case. The pick is in. Sparrows get to add to their crew here with the selection announced by Cameron River.
With the 45th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Sioux Falls Sparrows select Mike Wagoner, defensive tackle. 46th pick is Louisiana. You're on the clock.
Okay, so Louisiana, the Revs back on the clock after just making a pick. Well, they made a pick in the first round. It seems like it wasn't that long ago that they were on the clock, but they are at there now. So let's talk about Mike Wagner. And let's go to the man with the mock drafts, Garrison Blue. I want to touch base with you real quick, and then we'll go to Nate about this pick and maybe what they were thinking on it.
It's a position of need. A good player in San Jose, not here very long, but is active. Again, a value pick, and that is going to fill a position that they needed to get filled. Still need to, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, they got to fill 2 defensive tackle spots if they want to go 4 down linemen. But they still also have to fill that tight end spot.
Okay, and then Nate, let's head over to you. Sioux Falls makes the pick of Wagner, and then you have Louisiana up after this. Would like to hear some opinions on both if you have a moment to do so.
Yeah, definitely like the pick of Wagoner. Definitely a lower value pick, but definitely a pick that they needed to shore up that defensive line for them, knowing that they didn't have a defensive tackle signed yet, as of yet, on tonight's draft board. As far as Louisiana and their draft goes, they are still also, I believe, in need of another defensive tackle, if I'm not mistaken. No, they already took Neil Rivers, so they already have the defensive line and defensive front shored up. So they could go offensive lineman here and try to convert the defensive lineman over to offensive line. But other than that, that's the only thing I think that they might do here in this round, because they got everything else pretty much shored up, unless they try to go 4th wide receiver.
Okay. So we'll see if that's where they go. Mike, any insight on the Revs?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, Ross and I tend to think alike and go after similar players. And um, touching back on Sioux Falls, I just wanted to say they really needed to hitch their wagon to somebody, and they found the wagon.
The Wagoner, anyway.
I think they're gonna go completely opposite of what they did last season, and they're gonna find that wide receiver for this season. Air it out a little bit more. Totally different look than what they did last season. And digging deep, there is a guy that there's a real connection with Ross from the Salt Lake City days, who happens to be a wide receiver now, and that would be Isaiah King the fourth. I think that's the guy who ends up here.
Okay. So a little bit of royalty down in the swamp, perhaps, could be where they go. The next, so Louisiana, this is their last pick of the second round. I think they have a couple, 1 or 2 more. Either way, their pick is
This would
in.
be their
Revs
last pick.
Okay, if the Revs have their pick in, though, Cameron Irvine has the selection. Let's get it over to him for it.
With the 46th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Louisiana Revolution select Reggio Dinero, wide receiver. Pick 47 is Vancouver. You're on the clock.
Well, and somebody's going to hate me for saying this, but here comes the money. Reggio Dinero is a Rev. He goes to the Revolution, the wide receiver, the 4th wide receiver. I think it was Justin that mentioned that they might go that way. But I want to talk to Garrison Blue first. I want to see where you're thinking as far as this pick goes, and then I also want to touch base with my call.
4 wide receivers. I didn't expect that to come. I guess they're changing the way they did things from last season. I'll keep it at that. And yeah, good pick, a good value pick. A high value wide receiver just still sitting there, and there's still some others out there. I was intrigued when Mike said possible wide receiver, and sure enough, that's what they did. I was expecting another defensive back. I had Angel Maldonado going there in my mock. I thought maybe they would try to have overload that defensive backfield like they have in the past. So, but Dinero, good pick, good guy. is going to grow in that offense over there. And Tommy Utah throwing to him. There's a lot of good people in that locker room. I spent 3 seasons there, so he'll fit in just nice and fine there.
So Legion are on the clock. That's the next step in this in the schedule here. Louisiana still made a pretty nice pick. I know you're pretty connected with those with Ross over there, Mike, and I want to get your thoughts as to what maybe he was thinking on this.
I mean, I can't blame him. I thought King for sure, but
Yeah.
this is the real money pick right here. A lot of value, and definitely changes the outlook on that team. The way you got to plan for him now.
Yeah, put a game breaker on each side of the ball. You got a lot of options that Utah can throw to over there. Let's talk Vancouver. You can touch base on Louisiana too, Justin, if you'd like. But Vancouver on the clock, as mentioned before, they don't have a ton of holes to fill, but they did get their superhero last go around. Where do you think they go with this side?
Yeah, with this one, I'm gonna go with the spot that was left by Ashley Rhodes Finch, aka ARF, when
Okay.
when that whole situation happened with when she and Tom Pepper left. It's just that's a hole they need to fill right now.
Fair enough. So so filling the hole left by Ashley Rose Finch at the cornerback spot is where you're thinking. Anybody disagree with that open floor?
I actually am going to disagree with that
Okay.
because if I'm looking at the roster correctly, it looks like they moved Michael Lister over from safety to cornerback, which would fill that slot that
Ah,
Ashley Rose Finch left.
yeah, that
Uh,
makes sense.
so they are actually probably going to look, if they're looking to fill in a third safety role, they're probably going to look the way of either Rick Evans or maybe a Luke Swift or Frankie Custer. All three of those players are still left on the board. Um, or they could also look to fill that fourth defensive lineman spot. I know there are a few slots left open on that defensive line uh, that haven't been taken yet. Uh, so
Okay.
that could be one of those two players.
Well, let's see where they go. Vancouver's pick is in. Let's get it back to Cam for the next selection.
With the 47th pick of the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Vancouver Legion select Will Stern, free safety, brother of fullback Stern. The 48th pick, that is Lone Star. You're on the clock.
Okay, so we'll leave Nate and Garrison out of the conversation for the next little bit, and we'll lean on Mike and Justin. Will Stern off the board, and we'll touch base with Mike first. Your thoughts on them taking a free safety in this spot, and probably to fill the hole left by Lister, who moves over to corner.
I mean, I understand the familial connection there. Now they definitely have a dime back, but they only have 3 guys on the line, and I'm pretty sure that was their last pick of the draft. I could be wrong.
It is.
Um, yeah. So now they're going to be, if they do run for D lineman, that second DT is a generic now. That's an interesting strategy by Andy Hamilton.
Mhm.
I mean, we all know he's a winner out there on the field. So I'm gonna look forward to seeing how this goes, and hopefully it works out well for us when we face them this season. But yeah, that pick definitely catches me off guard.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of a give them the benefit of the doubt until they prove otherwise.
Yep.
Is kind of my thought process as somebody who's there. Nate, or actually you're with Lone Star. I'm not sure if you have the ability to talk about Vancouver. Let me know if you don't.
Yeah, I can talk about Vancouver. I'm
Go for
not. I don't have anything going on right now.
Okay.
But as far as Vancouver's pick, I thought they might lean towards safety here, just because of I know Andy's done that in the past where he's had 6 defensive backs. He did it when I was on the team before. And it worked out for him. He did have that generic defensive tackle on the team before, and it worked out for him. So we'll see how it works out for him in season 19. As far as I'm happy for Will Stern. As far as being a lower value player, I thought it might have been somebody like Rick Evans or somebody like that. But congrats to Will Stern, and looking forward to seeing how it works out for him in season 19.
Yep, I like that thought process. Going over to Justin, your thoughts on the Vancouver pick, and then we can have you break down the Lone Star pick as well, as they are on the clock and looking for their next selection.
Yeah, it's just I like the kind of like that Vancouver because Andy, like Nate Hall said, Andy wants to do a six person rotation for defensive backs there, and you might if he thinks it's generic, maybe it would be a Coco, maybe I don't know if you could do a Coco line person is a generic, but we'll see. And then Lone Star, it's like you have all your bases covered. You got the lineman in the last pick, so this one could be a toss up between anybody. See what Lone Star has got in the bag.
Well, we'll touch base with the two Lone Star teammates after this pick is announced. But Cam is ready with it. Let's go ahead and get to him.
With the 48th pick in the Season 19 SFL Rookie Draft, the Lone Star Glory select Jeff Spicoli, free safety. And from their general manager, Jukin Rukin, he says 2 nights ago, Jeff was coaching his 16U baseball team during batting practice and took a line drive to the jaw. Yesterday, he had successful surgery and will now have his jaw rubber banded shut for 6 weeks. Another tough guy to join a tough defense. So we wish Jeff all the best. The 49th pick, that is Motor City via Indianapolis. You are on the clock.
Okay, so Motor City on the clock, and you got a Jeff Spicoli, is a guy who has his mouth wired shut from a baseball accident. That's the unfortunate way to go, but it doesn't affect his arms and legs, which is what he'll need here. And let's touch base with Garrison Blue real quick as far as their pick of Jeff Spicoli.
I welcome Jeff Spicoli to the locker room. I'm glad to have him. Like you said, a tough guy. Good value pick. A guy that's going to, we lost Evan Lacey. We signed Rain Rie, but he's going to shore up that back end. So we've taken care of both defensive losses through the draft and took care of both offensive losses through free agencies. And I welcome Jeff to the club.
Yeah, very good. So so Spicoli is off the board, and we talk about the Motor City V8s here, who we've mentioned on a number of occasions have multiple holes to fill. And they've done a decent job of that with this draft. And I invite Mike All to either discuss what Lone Star did or what V8s could do here.
Boy, I like Jeff Spicoli, A, for the name. B, he seemed like a really good guy. And I'm disappointed because well, I'm not disappointed. I wish him well, and I hope him a quick recovery. I am disappointed in the fact that now I can't say we should send that dude a pizza. We're gonna have to send him a pizza smoothie, I guess.
Yeah, the spaghetti with no meatballs.
Yeah, and hopefully he doesn't have to deal with Mr. Hand. But yeah, I really like that guy. It looks like Motor City is going to get lucky here. It looks like Richards has fallen, and now's the time. They need to grab him now.
Yeah, I think we would I'm in agreement. I think that's where they go. Garrison, Justin, or Nate. Do either of you have discerning opinions?
No,
I didn't have my fingers crossed the entire time, and it still might happen. Wow, what kind of craziness might that be?
Say again, Justin. Sorry, Garrison.
This has got to be the place for Caleb. I'm surprised he's lasted this long, and Motor City has lucked out if they pick him here.
I like it. For those wondering, I'm now 6 feet away from Skippy Curtis, who is changing her Discord username as we speak to something in regards to Carolina on it. So that's always a good thing. She happened to walk in and give me food. This woman is incredible. That said, we go into the mind of the V8s. You have Caleb Richards, who it actually worked out. They got their kicker. They have their quarterback in theory with Brietta, which is assuming that's where they go with this. Things are starting to line up a little bit with for Shane Kaufman and Colin Northrup out there. Do you see a situation where maybe they do something surprising later on in the draft? I think they still have a couple of picks left. Anything? Are they hoping for another player to fall to them?
They might if they don't go kicker here. I mean, the only one that could stand in their way is Denver, and I think they pick. I think they picked before Denver in the third round, so they could possibly bypass Caleb here and go another direction and try to get him in top of the third round.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Well, their selection's in. Let's see where they go. It took them a while to bring that pick in, but Cam has it. Let's go.
With the 49th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Motor City V8 select Dion Lane Barney, cornerback. The 50th pick is Minnesota's. You're on the clock.
Okay.
Colin.
Dion Lane Barney is off the board. The cornerback taken by Motor City, and the surprise of the draft. We all were in pretty much agreement that Caleb Richards was going to go to Motor City. That is no longer the case as they shore up the secondary instead. And a little befuddled, but apparently the generic kicker is how they want to do things, which more power to them if they can make it work. Garrison, give me some thought processes if you can.
Well, again, they pick again before Denver does. Matter of fact, they pick right before Denver in the third round, so they could go Caleb there. I don't know how long they're going to try to do this. If they are holding out, but Dion Lane Barney, high value corner. It is a position that they need to take care of, and that shores up their secondary.
Yeah, I like it. Mike, I see your reaction from you a little bit. Give me your thought process on this?
I mean, solid guy, great pick, good value. I feel like they're pulling a Jacksonville from a couple seasons ago, trying to be like me and befuddle the panel. Colin, Dwayne, good job. Andrew, good job. They're gonna have some really good players in some really good positions, and I want them to be successful. It's just a different way of doing it, and you know what? If this works out for them, if they beat out us in London and Queen City and win the division, it front office of the year right there.
Yeah.
If it works out and plays out perfectly for them, front office of the year, nobody should get any other votes.
Yeah, more power to them if it works. That's exactly it. The thing is there's more than one way to skin a cat in this league, and you know, with what's the word? With sympathy to the Jacksonville Kings and any other cat related teams in this league. But the thought process is there. Like they have a mission, they have seemingly what they want to do, and no one's going to really tell them differently. We as experts can think, you know, hey, we got this. We know what they're going to do, and then they pull the rug out from underneath us. But Minnesota is next up. As you see there, that is Jason France, who is enjoying a beverage, and he is bringing the good vibes to the panel as we take a look and see what they're going to do with their pick. Open floor for anybody who wants to touch base on Motor City and Minnesota.
Oh my God, Colin, you had your kicker and you went cornerback, bro. Oh, Colin, you better get the kicker in the third round or you're going to be using a generic kicker, my friend. Oh, good lordy.
They've done it before.
I know.
They were in St. Louis.
Yeah, I know. They've done it before, and I don't know if they're going to do it again.
We'll see. We'll see. Nate, anything to add?
No. I'm just befuddled right now.
Fair enough. Well, Minnesota will end the befuddlement and get their pick in. They have it to Cam, and Cam will announce it here in just a moment. Pick 50. Only another 9 picks to go.
I love that. You have anything to add?
I'm befuddled.
No. No. I hear you, Nate. I hear you. With the 50th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Minnesota Legends select Rick Evans, free safety. 51st pick is Seattle's. You're on the clock.
All right, Nemesis on the clock. Michael, I see you clapping over there. One of your guys gets taken off the board. Good guy though, Rick Evans. Sorry.
Yeah, he's a great guy, and he's going to do a lot of good for them over there. Minnesota's making a lot of good picks. I'm ecstatic. My rattlesnakes are doing really well tonight, and Rick just landed in a really good position. Sorry that we're gonna have to beat you in week 1, Rick, but I'm glad you made it to the pros.
It'll be a learning experience, right? That's
Right.
I think Lincoln probably has the most, if not the second most players taken in this draft. So that's a testament to what you guys were able to do over there in Lincoln. Not a winning season this time, but definitely a lot of potentially winning players coming out of the organization. So good stuff from you guys. Garrison Blue, let's talk to you, and you deserve some credit with that as well. Give me some thoughts on Rick Evans as well as the next go around with Seattle.
Oh, glad to see him get picked. I was thinking that they needed some more help in the back end of their defense. I wasn't sure if they were going to go free safety or strong safety, but I thought it was going to be one of those, and I'm glad to see Rick end up there with a good group of people that have experience in this league and are going to do some good things over there in Minnesota. As far as Seattle goes, they went defensive end. They got their quarterback. They could go fullback here if they wanted to. I'm thinking another wide receiver, possibly. The three are still out there: King, Queen, Viper. They are available. I think they can snag a third wide receiver to put on their roster here.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go back to you, Nate. Let's see if you have anything to add to this one with the pick with the pick for Seattle, and then and where Minnesota went with theirs.
As far as Seattle's, I was taking a look at Seattle's pick actually.
Yo, you're fine.
I was taking a look at what they've picked so far, and trying to see if I could see a pattern. And the first pick they picked was quarterback. Second pick was defensive end. And I'm thinking they might go offense, defense, then back to offense. So if that's the way they're going, I can see them doing what, or picking another offensive player like Frank was saying, and going wide receiver here. And if that's the case, then I think this is where T to Queen might come off the board.
Okay. Royalty to the Pacific Northwest, perhaps, would give Blanton a nice target to throw to. So we'll see if that is indeed the case. Seattle has their pick into the commissioner. Let's see where they go with their last second round selection.
With the 51st pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Seattle Nemesis select T to Queen, wide receiver. 52nd pick is Portland. You're on the clock.
All right, Queens before Kings in this case. And Nate Hall, you are a grand prize winner of absolutely nothing except for a spotlight with T to Queen, giving us a nice little nice poster shot. I like it. So let's talk, Nate. You're thinking offense, defense, offense. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it, but they got a darn good wide receiver in T to Queen.
Absolutely, she was wrecking defenses all over the minor leagues this season in the SFLM, and Seattle just absolutely got themselves a weapon for Charles Blanton to throw to in that Pacific Division. So Curtis, be sure to tell Andy I said good luck up there, because he might need it.
Yes. Seattle,
yeah. So, congrats to her. I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do at the next level because I know she has moved toward upper beyond there.
Justin, you saw a lot of Tita Queen in a lot of the games that you called for Tacoma. Go ahead and give me some thoughts as far as what she brings to the table.
Yeah, she'll bring a lot to the table in the I guess the Pacific Northwest, back in just a few miles outside Tacoma, actually. So she'll
Not
bring a
going
lot
far.
of not going far. So she's ready to go. She's packaged up, ready to go. And Ethan Kai made a great pick there to give a weapon to Sipe there.
Mike All, Garrison Blue, you guys had the game plan against Tita Queen. What was that like going up against her the time that you faced her with Lincoln?
Well, so she's a great wide receiver. She's most likely had her built by her husband Doug Day.
Yeah.
Which that would be a great matchup to see. I don't know if they play Fort Worth this season, but that would be nice to see. And I'm a big fan of hers, and I don't know how she puts up with Doug, but yeah. Congratulations on making it to the pros.
Hey, everybody has their somebody, right? That's
Yeah, she
about
just feeds him Twinkies. But I'm a big fan of her. She has been very vocal in chat, and probably the most vocal of all the rookies. And a lot of them do a lot of talking in there. They're real active, but she's probably been the most vocal and the most appreciative with it. When you give her advice or whatever, she listens to everything that the pros are telling her, and I'm sure Doug has coached her up a little bit, and she's fired up and she's ready to go. You can see that video they just showed where she's excited about just getting into the locker room. So Seattle's got them a good player.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. And let's talk about Portland now. Their second pick of the second round, their third pick overall, as the Fleet have themselves an opportunity to grab themselves a couple. There's still a couple of very high value targets on the draft board. Where do they go is the main question. And I'm going to start with I'm going to go back to Mike All on this one.
So here's my thought. I think it's time to go all in and grab that quarterback. And if you are familiar with what's out in theaters right now with a sequel to a movie from the 80s that was pretty popular, I think they go with another naval person here and pick up Slider, Kenny Slider out of Lincoln to be their new quarterback.
Okay. Any concurrence among the rest of the panel?
Actually, yeah, I was gonna say this is where they get their quarterback also, Chris. I was gonna mention either Slider, or I could also see them if they want, if they're looking for somebody like I don't know, somebody who got into the championship game in the minor leagues for Ottawa. They could also look at Cyrus Jive as another name to possibly pick up here off the board.
Going to depend on salary cap and things of that sort, but yeah, that they very well could go. Do you agree, Garrison, that they go quarterback here, or do you think they go somewhere else?
Well, shoot, every time I think quarterback, the team goes somewhere else. They could. I mean, they're the only one that needs one.
Yeah.
So they could take their time and get some other value. But again, you mentioned it. How's it fit in the cap? And where they can place people and everything. So that's a one thing that Mel Davis and all them have to figure out, and they do a very good job of it. So if it's quarterback, I'm thinking it's more Jive than Slider.
Okay.
Right here.
All right. Well, with 4 picks left, let's see what Cam has to say about their selection. And he has it now.
It's my opportunity to shout out to the community. 140 viewers, 4 hours and 12 minutes into a stream. Curtis, you do a lot of esports events. How many can carry 4 hours of 100 and nearly 50 viewers?
Not many. It's a matter of retention, because a lot of those names have stayed here the entire time. So a huge shout out to the SFL community, not just the new people coming in, but the sheer amount of retention that happens in a stream like this. It shows the strength of this community.
And a huge shout out to people in the green room. I mean, DeQueen, among others, were there 4 hours chatting with rookies, hoping to hear their name picked. There's still some people that have been in there from the beginning. Ty Patak, Caleb Richards, Derek Gregg, Matthias Citrion, and some others that don't have their cameras on. But huge shout out to the rookies out there who are really sticking with it all night long and possibly into tomorrow. So big hand for them. With the 52nd pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Portland Fleet select Dale McClain, strong safety. 53rd pick is San Diego. You're back on the clock.
All right, so Mavericks are on the clock. Dale McClain comes off the clock, and I heard a reaction from somebody. Raise your hand. Okay, go ahead and speak for me, Justin. Give me some thoughts on Dale McClain.
I was just like, Dale McClain's a good, strong safety, but I'm like, I thought Ty Patak was going to come off the board for him, but that was a swerve by Portland. That's definitely a swerve by Bovett and the guys at Portland.
Yep, fair enough. That's another name, that quarterback that we keep forgetting about, is Ty Patak is out there as well. But Dale McClain, they decided to shore up the secondary, and Nate Hall, I'll go to you, and then we'll go to Mike about this selection, and then we want to start touching base on the Mavericks 53rd selection as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a really good pick by Portland getting Dale McClain here. Like Frank said, they can certainly wait to grab their quarterback to the later rounds if they so choose to. And they definitely have chosen to do that. They had the opening for the strong safety on their defensive side to make sure they had that spot shored up. They chose to sign McClain here instead of waiting to make sure they had strength on that defensive side first. And being a defensive-minded guy, I applaud that decision for sure. So congrats to McClain on getting signed to them.
Yeah.
As far as San Diego is concerned, come back to me on that.
Okay, fair enough. I'll touch base with Mike All anyways. That's fine. San Diego, Mike, not sure what holes they have at this point, but an interesting call to take Dale McClain by Portland with their last pick of the second round.
Sure. You know, one of the things that Portland is historically known for is having a solid defense, and thank you for that, guys, because I got 3 great defensive players from you guys. I really appreciate that. And he's going to fit in well, and they're gonna turn him into a stud just like they did all their other defensive players. As far as San Diego's concerned, they're having a great night, man. They've got a couple of rattlesnakes already, and I think this is the time that we add the 3rd rattlesnake. I think this is when we hear Logan Lee's name called, and we get a hat trick on rattlesnakes in San Diego.
They do need a running back. Salmons is also out there. Remember that. As well as Christian Pierce is one to keep an eye on, and that could be where they go. Garrison, your thoughts on San Diego going forward? Do they stick with running back, you think, or do they go somewhere else?
Well, I had him mocked to running back here, and it was Christian Pierce, but Logan Lee's there, but they still need defensive line help.
Mm-hmm. So it's a matter of where they go from here. If I'm not mistaken, they do have picks left in the 3rd and or 4th round. So that could be something that they try to wait on depending on the situation. We'll see. And then Nate, anything to add to San Diego?
Yeah, I think I'm going to follow the same logic that I used before and go the fact that they did offense first with the left tackle on their first pick, and then chose the defensive position on the 2nd round. They're going to go back to offense here and pick their halfback and get Logan Lee off the board.
Okay, we'll see what happens. San Diego has their pick into Commissioner Irvine. Let's take a look.
With the 53rd pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the San Diego Mavericks select Christian Pierce, running back. The 54th selection is to Fort Worth, one of the last 3 picks of the night.
3 more to go. Justin, I'll touch base with you in a second. I want to touch base with Garrison on your mock draft pick of this man, Christian Pierce.
Christian Pierce is got some family in the league. He's fired up. He's ready to be a part of this league. His player build is good. He's a lower value. This is a good pick for San Diego, a running back that they like to throw the football a lot. This running back can catch the ball out of the backfield and is not going to be counted on to run a whole bunch. But when he does touch the ball, he's going to be pretty good at it. So he has room to grow. And San Diego, Liam Hammer and Zach Holdorf, they're going to do a great job of building him there. So I think it's a good pick. And I believe this is I've gotten the position right, but wrong player in the second round. But this is the first correct pick I've got in the second round.
Nice work. Justin, your take on Christian Pierce getting off the board. People were thinking Logan Lee here, but there were definitely some other good running backs, Christian Pierce being one of them. Your thoughts on this, and then your thoughts on Fort Worth.
Yeah, this was a good pick by San Diego. They needed a running back, and they picked one of the good builds in the running back position in Christian Pierce. And now Fort Worth's got to just make a decision here of going back to filling out their defense once again, or just get that guy they want as a value. That's all that's Fort Worth's trying to get here.
This would be Fort Worth's third pick of tonight, and I think going after value wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea as far as that goes. But let's touch base with Nate. I want to see what you think on this. I know you have some patterns: offense, defense, offense. Not sure if that fits here, but give me your thought on Fort Worth to see where they might go.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they do that same pattern here. They might grab a third linebacker with this slot here. If they did do a position on the offense, they might go a guard on the line because they got a tackle earlier in the first round. So I would say, if I had to guess, it'd either be a linebacker or a guard here in this pick.
Okay, so somewhere in the trenches. We're somewhere either linebacker second level or in the trenches on the guard position.
I wouldn't rule out a second tight end here either.
Okay. Right.
All right. So a couple of different options for Fort Worth to possibly go here, but essentially they're going to be after some of the best value in the draft, no matter which way they go, and that's what we'll try to determine. Mike, your thoughts on Fort Worth? We haven't heard from you yet on the Toros and their last selection of the second round.
I feel like they go out here and fill out that outside linebacker spot, and Rachel Menner, I think, is the name we hear here.
Okay. That could be the thought. It'd be another, not quite Houston where we thought she might go, as that create, but another place in Texas, as Texas with 3 teams in the SFL. Pick is in. Let's go ahead and get it over to Mr. Irvine with the third to last selection in the second round.
Justin, nice slide back in right as the pick sound came through. That was perfect. With the 54th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Fort Worth Toros select Noah Regier, outside linebacker. 55th pick, that's Queen City. You're on the clock.
4-time champs on the clock with the penultimate pick of the second round. But Noah Regier is taken off the board, and Mike Garrison, and actually I think it was Mike Garrison and possibly Justin who were all thinking outside linebacker. Nate, if I'm shortchanging you, tell me. But either way, the outside linebacker spot filled for Fort Worth, and that's a decent one. Let's touch base with you, Mike.
I mean, it's definitely a surprising pick because they still had higher numerical value people out there, but Noah, Hacker, and Nacho, this was a higher personality value.
Yeah,
and
it's a good call.
And so congratulations on them for getting the person they wanted. And I know that they will build him into a winner.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the touch base, you had mentioned second tight end Garrison, but you also mentioned outside linebacker in that spot.
Yes, sir.
Thought process.
Yeah, second tight end was just like a last minute thought. But linebacker was a position of need. Good, high quality value person that not only, like I said, I've said before, but this guy is, active and going to be a good locker room guy. So it's a good pick here for them.
Okay, and I want to touch base with Nate. Haven't heard from you in a bit. Tell me about the Fort Worth selection, and then let's move over to Queen City.
Yeah, definitely thought they might go with that linebacker position with that pick. Definitely a name that I wasn't expecting to hear, being a lower value pick, but definitely congrats to him for being chosen. Like Mike said, I know they're gonna Hacker and EK. They're gonna build him up to be value player over there in Fort Worth and have him ready to go over there on that defense throughout the season. As far as Queen City and their upcoming impending pick, um, they chose a cornerback the first round and then an outside linebacker earlier this round. Which pretty much, except for that second outside linebacker position, fills out their defense. They do need one more defensive line position, but they have yet to get a fullback to help block for Jet Zero. However, they do have 2 tight ends and a guard, so they might focus on the defense first. They might look to sign a 4th defensive lineman here with this pick. So I think they go defensive lineman.
We get a tongue-in-cheek moment from Cameron Irvine as he's on camera, and may not realize it, and or he does. That's fine too. Either way, I
have
feel
a
like
trade.
He's got something for us, and let's go to him now.
I have a trade for you. Queen City has traded their 55th and 94th picks to Indianapolis. And Indy will give picks 66 and 78 to Queen City. So Indianapolis is now on the clock.
Okay, so 4 minutes starts
Wow,
over.
what a swerve.
Interesting decision from the Ramblers to get themselves another pick in the second round. So hold on to your hats. Some drama at the end of the second round. Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's go to, obviously, Garrison, you weren't really prepared for this in the mock drafts, but do you have an idea of where they may be thinking here?
Let's see. I've got to pull up Indianapolis and see what's going on. I wasn't prepared for that.
I wasn't prepared to see Cameron on camera that long.
I wasn't
You're
prepared
welcome.
either. I was
You're
like, wait,
welcome.
whoa. I was like, whoa, wait a minute, Queen City here. What are you doing?
Well, Cam did look like something was up whenever he had that serious look on his face.
He's like, bro, really?
You know,
You're gonna hit me with this at midnight?
You've got a third receiver that needs to be picked up, or an outside linebacker. So I think maybe for them to pull this trade off, I think they're trading up for an outside linebacker.
Okay, and that very well could be. They also could be looking at going higher value than that with King if they're talking about a third wideout. There's still a lot of very good value on the board, so I'd be curious to see where they end up. I thought they may have their player already selected when they made that trade, so they're taking a little longer than originally thought to get that done, which brings me to a little bit of uncertainty. Mike, any thought process as to what they may be thinking?
So they did go outside linebacker already, and they went strong safety. So I'm thinking it is wide receiver they're jumping up to get because the majority of the top value ones are now off the board. The only one left is Jay Viper. I could see that being it, or yeah, maybe they do grab Isaiah King, but that higher numerical value might lead them Jay Viper's way, and get them that third wide receiver because they're gonna need some targets for their quarterback.
Interesting decisions.
They needed an outside linebacker and an inside linebacker. The one they drafted in the first round was listed as inside. That's why I said outside backer, possibly. But again, wide receiver could be the choice.
Fair enough. Well, they've made their selection. We'll touch base with Justin and Nate after it's announced. But Cam has the pick from the Ramblers, as this is pick 55.
With the 55th pick in the SFL Season 19 rookie draft, the Indianapolis Ramblers moved up to select Rocco Rossi, defensive end. The 56th pick, Atlanta, is your final pick of the night.
All right, so Swarm have the final pick. Rocco Rossi off the board. They got up to select the defensive end. And let's have some conversation about this. I want to touch base first, actually, with Mike, and then we'll go Nate and Justin.
I mean, it's a good player to jump up for. There's a lot of guys on the defensive line that have been picked off already. Rocco Rossi is definitely a value guy. One that I could understand why Chris Britton would want to jump up and get him. So good on them for getting that guy to lock up that spot on the defensive line.
I like it. Nate, any thought process on the Rocco Rossi move? And they moved up to get him.
Yeah, just piggybacking off of what Mike was saying, I could definitely see why they would want to trade to pick him up, because like Mike was saying, a lot of the top valued defensive linemen are already taken. Rocco Rossi was the sole player left that was by himself on the top tier of the defensive linemen. Everybody else that is listed, it's the bottom of the list on the defensive linemen, is starting at Robert Vale and working down. So as far as value, so I could definitely see why they would trade up. They didn't want to lose that opportunity to get somebody that was higher valued in that position when they still had that need for the defensive end spot.
Fair enough. And then Justin, any thought processes to Atlanta, what they're going to do with the final pick of the night, and some reaction to a little bit of back end drama in the second round?
Yeah, I was just when Indianapolis decided to go get Rocco Rossi in the pick trade, I'm like, oh, I guess Chad saw a little something in him, and he wanted to trade up and get him, and now Atlanta's on the clock, and now all Atlanta's got left is I think a defensive end they have left to grab, or something.
They grabbed him earlier
They
this
grabbed
round.
one already.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like trying to think.
Ha! I did it to you. How's it feel?
Jeez.
Okay.
Yeah, so their last pick's gonna be whatever they got left in the tank. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Maybe a value pick or something of the sort. Talking to you, Garrison.
Value pick, still possibility of a second tight end. They could take, one of what's left of the defensive line and convert them to another O lineman. So it's anybody's guess right now.
Awesome. Yeah. So the last pick of this second round, and believe it or not, we're only halfway through the rookies that are going to get chosen at the end of this. There's still 3 and 4 rounds 3 and 4 tomorrow. That starts at 4 p.m. Eastern. That's goes to 4 till 8 roughly on this very YouTube channel. So definitely mark your calendars, mark your alarms for that, so you can be a part of it as well. Huge shout outs again to everybody that's been in chat the entirety of the night. We cannot do what we do to make this league happen without you. Cam has the last pick of the night in his hand. Let's go ahead and pass it over to him. And Mr. Irvine, we can, if you want to pass it back to me, you can. Otherwise, you can close it out.
With the 56th pick in the Season 19 SFL Rookie Draft, the Atlanta Swarm select Grant Hardaway, free safety. And I'll send it back to you, Curtis, but let's go home. Let's go.
He's done.
I'm already home. I can't. Man. All right. Well, I'm back. See you tomorrow.
Welcome back.
By the way, we do have an opening. We have an opening spot on our panel for tomorrow that opened up. If you were a rookie that got picked tonight and think, hey, I want to join the panel and talk about some of my peers, that's open to you. Anybody else have interest, please DM me. Good night.
And there you go. So Cam says good night, and it is Grant Hardaway that gets the last pick of the second round. Let's go around the horn real quick and just make it fairly quickly, and then we'll do the sign off. We'll start with you, Michael.
That gives them a dime back to shore up the rest of that back end of the defense, and it's an amazing secondary that they have. This guy will have a lot of people that he can really learn from. Nice pick by Siege. Way to run the draft. I was really impressed with all of their picks, including that first one. Jay Warren, one of my favorite guys in the draft. So congratulations to all those guys.
Yeah, and then real quick, Mike, if you want to give an overview of just how the draft went in your eyes, I'll have everybody do that as well.
There was some really solid picks. I was really happy to see. I'm really proud of all of my rattlesnakes that got called on day one. I can't wait to hear the rest of their names called tomorrow on day two. Thanks for putting in all the hard work, guys, and all you GMs and owners out there that made these picks tonight. Thanks for keeping it entertaining.
Awesome. Nate, let's go to you, then Justin, then we'll round out with Garrison.
Yeah, it's a really good pick by Atlanta. Like Mike said, just running out their dime package with that 6 DB with the second free safety position. Looking forward to seeing how that works out for him in season 19. They're going to be ready and rearing to go, I know, when the week 1 rolls around, and looking to see how it works out for them when that time comes. As far as the rounds 1 and 2 as a whole, definitely surprises along the way that a lot of us weren't prepared for, but that's what makes it fun. And looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be some more surprises. Congrats to all the rookies that got chosen in rounds 1 and 2. If you didn't get chosen in these rounds, don't fret. There's still 2 more rounds to go. Keep your heads up. Keep reaching out to those GMs overnight tonight and tomorrow, and get your name called tomorrow. And I look forward to seeing the draft happen at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Fair enough. Justin, we'll give you a lightning round. Go ahead and wrap it up for you.
Yeah, that was a great first round. Great decision by Siege to shore up his dime defense, and hopefully we'll see everybody here tomorrow.
Yeah, and then Garrison.
Great pick by Atlanta. Grant Hardaway is going to be in a good locker room. He'll fit nicely in there. Caleb Richards, your name will be called tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. You got 56 picks tomorrow, just like there were today, and one of them's got to be the last remaining kicker on the board, as well as everybody who has been waiting to have their name called. A lot more picks tomorrow during the day, so keep it right here on the Simulation Football League YouTube channel so you can keep an eye on it and make sure you know what team you're going to. For Mike All, for Nate Hall, for Garrison Blue and Justin Rosado, as long as our commissioner and producer Cameron Irvine, I'm Chris Curtis saying goodbye and good night from SFL HQ. Round 1 and 2 in the books as we take another step closer to Vegas, the convention, and the kickoff weekend for season 19. We'll see you tomorrow at 4, everybody. Have a good night.
Peace, friends.